even know? Are you familiar with Big Chungus? Big Chungus? Yes, Big Chungus, the world-renowned meme of an oversized cartoon rabbit. What does some dumb joke have to do with your plan? Everything, Snake. This isn't about jokes. This is about legacy. Do you even know who Big Chungus is? He's just some cartoon rabbit. Not just some rabbit. The most famous rabbit in cinematic history. The one and only Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny? The Looney Tunes character? The very same. In 1941, during the peak years of the Looney Tunes franchise, a cartoon was released named Wabbit Twubble, where Bugs Bunny faces off with his longtime rival, Elmer Fudd. But for just a moment, to mock the foolish Elmer, Bugs inflates himself to a comically bloated form, a moment that lasts only 3.4 seconds in an 8-minute and 22-second long cartoon. 3.4 seconds. That's all the time Big Chungus had ever existed. And yet decades later, he would become more famous than Bugs Bunny, despite being Bugs Bunny himself. You see, Snake, memes control history, and I shall use the power of memes to control my own destiny. Do you honestly think Chuck Jones or Mel Blanc could have expected internet trolls to deify a character that doesn't even exist? Make him far more infamous than his own true identity as Bugs Bunny? Big Chungus lives on as the dominant meme. And that, brother, is what I intend to do. I will not let myself be cursed by my recessive memes.
I'll tell you then. You enjoy the killing.
Make sure my brother is comfortable, and don't let him out of your sight. Don't worry, boss. He may have escaped once, but no one can outrun my revolver forever. You know, Ocelot, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. About what? Well, the whole revolver thing, you know? It's just... Now, I'm sure you're very comfortable using the revolver for pretty much any situation, but don't you find it rather situational? Situational. The Colt single-action army revolver is one of the most adaptable handguns in existence. See, I'm not even so sure about that. We're dealing dealing with someone who could blow up tanks with just grenades. What do you think a revolver could do? Plenty enough. It only takes one bullet to stop him, and I have 12. Wouldn't it be 6 because you only have one hand? That's not the point. What do you even have against the revolver in the first place? Now, no need to get defensive. I don't have anything against revolvers. It's just, well, how do I put this? Revolvers are the katanas of guns. The katana? You're comparing the revolver to a mere sword? Well, if you think about it, they're actually quite similar. Both the revolver and the katana are very simplistic in design, but are very popular because of how they're portrayed in media. Think of video games, for example. They're obscenely strong in any game they're featured in. Not to mention their wielders were heavily romanticized, such as was the case of the samurai to the katana and the Wild West cowboy to the revolver. That's ridiculous. What do cowboys have to do with me? Well, that's just a whole nother can of worms. Listen here, Liquid. There's nothing wrong with the Colt single-action army revolver. It's a soldier's weapon of choice. More like the Fedora Lord's weapon of choice. You stay in your lane with your nuclear weapons and daddy issues. Speak no more of the revolver. Sometimes I feel like you say the word revolver just because you like the word revolver. No? Whatever. Just keep an eye on my brother. I'm going to go check out the new Vine Source video. I heard he's a fan of me. Whatever you say, boss. No hard feelings, right? Don't worry about it. All right, all right.
Hello! Testing, testing. Is my voice coming through? Do I sound too loud, too quiet? It seems like my microphone decided to change its sensitivity for some reason since the last stream. But anyways, hello and welcome with that out of the way. Just, you know, noise levels might be a higher priority than the proper intro right here. This is the third Metal Gear Solitonless stream. I'm getting back into streaming because I really need a lot of money right now. For those of you who have had your parents live with the misfortune of living to an extremely long age, you might know the kind of deal of financial bullshit that I'm putting up with right now. I just got back from another trip out to Mom's where I spent about 4 days helping her do laundry and square away her bills and whatnot, and I gotta pay a lot of money for rental cars every single time I do that. And now a thing that's come up is a similar thing that's come up in that did come up in December, where I need to figure out how to move her closer to me in Atlanta and figure out how to pay for an assisted living facility is the type of terminology I need to be dealing with. I am going to be suffering through a playthrough of all the good Metal Gear games on all the highest difficulties with some strange thanks for the tip, Dinabon, with some strange and fun challenges employed. In this case, I'm going to be playing Metal Gear Solid with no radar. I just got done blowing up the helicopter and kind of had a panic attack when loading up this save game here because of the store, because of the door I'm spawning in front of. But I need to remember that I saved the game in front of that door for a deliberate reason. It was to restock on bullets after the absolutely Sisyphean, Herculean challenge of doing the helicopter boss battle with only a single sliver of HP to go around, because to go up and fight the elevator, you have to either take damage or use up a whole pocketbook's worth of chaff grenades on some gun cameras that I think I blew up on the way down with Stinger missiles, because you can't do that on the way up. You either have to use up all your chaff grenades or all your HP, and after replaying the preceding section of game twice, I managed to have barely enough chaff grenades and HP to make it to the top of the tower with only a sliver of health, beat the helicopter with only a sliver of health. I didn't realize until after the fact, but it took 3 hours. I should have gone back to Otacon's office and gotten the body armor and done it all over again instead. That would have been more repetitive but taken less time. But sometimes when I'm really in the zone of something, my sense of time just tends to go right past. And by in the zone of something, what I really mean is get into the rhythm of going up against a challenge that seems insurmountable at first, but very, very slowly starts to show a light at the end of the tunnel after like 80 or so attempted retries. I did not count how many tries it took, but it was the kind of case where there was just enough freedom of movement available in the boss fight, just enough freedom of strategy to fool me into thinking that it would be more time efficient to figure out the rhythm and the pattern over X amount of retries instead of retry the past hour of gameplay with better performance and better statistics and better equipment. Before I go ahead, I am going to backtrack a bit and make sure that I have pilfered every bit of supply worth out of this area before I move forward, because I'm going to get in an elevator that's going to break and lock out the previous sections of gameplay away from me forever, as if that already didn't happen. But when I get in the elevator, I'm going to have to fight 4 guards in a very small space with a sliver of HP, and those guards are going to have more HP than usual on their end. It's going to be such a fair, fun fight. I have way less HP than usual, and those guards are going to have a little more HP than usual. So they have the advantage. The only thing I can do that they can't is load my save game over and over and over again and keep trying until I finally get it. This should not be as tough as the helicopter. By God, if it is as tough as the helicopter, I'm gonna have an aneurysm and die live on stream in front of everyone. Because I might at some point feel some kind of temptation to reload all the way back to a point where I can get the body armor for this section of the game and do it over again with way more HP from taking way less damage on the way here. I've been gabbing while filling up all this monotonous backtracking time. I have more fun stories to tell than the frustration I was getting on the last stream against the I have a more entertaining story to tell about the road trip I did, where I was driving to a certain town that I'm not gonna say the name of because people on the internet are freaking weird. I had to drive for about 4 or 5, maybe 6 hours if there's a big traffic jam. This time I managed to very cheaply bum the ride off of a friend in the building who I've made friends with, who was headed to Savannah anyway. And we listened to some audiobooks on the way down. We listened to a Great Courses lecture on the Quran, and we also listened to Homer's Odyssey, the new Emily Wilson translation. I say new, but I think it might be like 6-7 years old or some point. 6-7 years old or something like that at this point. And I forgot how good Homer is. I really need to listen to more Homer in my life. The Odyssey is so quirky and romantic and charming, and also surprisingly modern. And I'm realizing that I might actually be able to backtrack all the way to Otacon's office and get the body armor. If it is open to me, I am going to get that done right now. And if that area is open to me, I might actually be able to kill a few guards until they start dropping rations to fill my HP meter back up before going into the hard stuff ahead. But yeah, we listened to book 1, then I skipped us ahead to book 4, and I think we made it to book 6 by the end of the road trip on the return back. And in that span, you have the narrative of the Odyssey move from scene to scene in like a sequence of layers, 3 layers. All of the fun stuff that happens in the Odyssey is all of the fun stuff. Most of the fun stuff that everyone knows and loves from the Odyssey, that's the famous snippets of the adventure that always show up in media and summaries. You know, Odysseus going on adventures from one weird island to another, dealing with the Lotus Eaters and the Cyclops, etc. That is happening within a nested narrative of him telling those stories to an audience to try and get sympathy points to bum a free ride on a journey back home. Very, very interesting parallels with, I think, how my week has gone, actually. But it's a nested narrative in a sort of situation where an unreliable narrator is telling a story for somewhat selfish reasons to stir the emotional strings of an audience. And that story of Odysseus showing up on an island full of potential friends who he can bum a free ride off of is happening within the narrative of his son Telemachus going on his own little Telemachusy adventure from one weird island to another to try and find his dad Odysseus, who's on his own way home from one weird island to another. And then afterwards, there's the very exciting climax where he finally does get home, and the tension of the story ramps up for like the entire 1/3 of the story. I don't think pop culture remembers the emotionally intense, morally questionable conclusion when he finally gets home and kills the suitors, and then does some very, very horrible things in order to get that done. And all the charming, quirky humor and romanticism of the adventure takes a dive into a much more serious, darker place. And it is a beautiful work of literature. We didn't get to that point, but it did impress me again. This is something like the 4th time I've really sat down and listened. You gotta listen. You can't just read this stuff. It's poetry. It's meant to be heard out loud. But every single time I do it, it really impresses me with how modern, and might I even say postmodern, that the Odyssey strikes me as being. There's things going on with this unreliable narrator, nested narratives within other nested narratives that play around with the audience's tropes and expectations, like good old postmodernism should be doing. I'm going to be looking for a level 6 door here. I am delighted that I can get this body armor this early. I might have to sacrifice a few chaff grenades to get it, but it will absolutely be worth the cost. Yeah, this is stuff that, like, your literature teacher in high school probably has, yeah, body armor, probably has stronger associations with things like The Watchmen, or, Grendel. I guess for a stupid video game nerd whose primary points of reference are video games, it's like I associate that flavor of modernism or postmodernism, depending on what decade you're in, with Max Payne. The Odyssey, I shit you not, reminds me of Max Payne. Here, I'm gonna have more guards to kill. It's gonna be great. Oh wait, I can't use guns. This might actually not be great. And I need to get out of that guy's path, and he's headed right my way, so I need to not waste time. Good thing I have a good clean camera angle on him. I don't think he's gonna go down these stairs. And I shouldn't move. From this point on, I should not press the stick. He might come and investigate the box, but I gotta resist the temptation to wiggle my stick when he gets close to me. Oh, what a sentence. But yeah, we listened to that on the road trip back. On the road trip there, we listened to a very, very dry academic lecture course on introducing clueless white Westerner people to, thank God, a ration. Clueless white people to the Quran, and there wasn't as much interesting stuff going on the way there. I've gone through a couple things like that before, and the moral of the story is always that all 3 Abrahamic religions are more similar than they are different, and you're not going to find a whole lot of immediately striking dissimilarities between the the Quran and the Bible, and it's all most of the differences are in the subtleties and the wealth of differences between Islamic and Western culture has more to do with politics of the 20th century than anything in the original source material. Not as much fun stuff to talk about there, but hey, if you got... Oh no. Oh no. Wait, can I thought that it's like an instant game over if you get spotted down here, but it's actually kind of looking like I might have a chance at escaping. Yeah. Are we gonna turn the alarm off at some point, guys? Can I get out of here now? No, I can't. Wait, I might actually be able to. If I camp the side of the elevator here, maybe I can get out of here? I can't really kill the guards easily. My weapons are turned off in here. I gotta choke them! Ah! I should probably restart this area instead of dealing with all this awkward combat. Yeah, there we go, there we go. GG. Yeah, Not Stealing My Name wants to talk about the Odyssey. If you guys want to talk about the Odyssey and Homer, I'm super down. Not Stealing My Name asks, what translation do you recommend listening to for a first timer? Most people would probably tell you Fagles. Fagles seems like the most recommended choice. If you go to reddit.com/rhomer, which I believe is an actual thing, or reddit.com/rclassics, or reddit.com/rmythology, they're probably going to recommend the Fagles translation, which I believe is from the 90s. Very clean and contemporary to the 90s in terms of English. But I actually adore this Emily Wilson translation. She's not taking as, I think, literalist an approach as most translators are. She is taking some creative liberties, and when it comes to a 2,000 plus year old work, I think it's like 2,300 or 2,200 years old. No, 2,800 years old. 800 BC. I got the math on that wrong. I also need to very patiently wait for this next guard to walk by before I attempt to choke him. I also can't step out of this cover and go after him if the camera's pointing my way, so there we go. Now I can choke him. Fagles, good 90s translation, commonly recommended as the basic vanilla entry starter version. Emily Wilson, 2015 version. The trouble of reading this dusty old literature is cleaned off even more so for the 20-teens. She has a little bit more of a feminist slant going on, which is really interesting for a story that is so often described as being prototypically masculine and sexist. There is absolutely an undercurrent of misogyny going on where especially the stuff that happens in the end where Odysseus gets the suitors out of his house. But on the way there, he crosses paths with evil women all over the place who want to keep him for himself. He's such an attractive, admirable, noble hero type James Bond sort of character that he has a lot of trouble with women throwing themselves at him for no reason. He is allowed to cheat on his wife the whole way through with these women. It's a very very male fantasy kind of story going on, and that's also absolutely one of the reasons it's so archetypical and has been unavoidable in the decades since. It doesn't matter. Feminist slant, no thank you, tell the story as it is. Well, the thing is that Emily Wilson will argue with her that she's not necessarily deviating that much from the original words that she's translating. So a common example that keeps coming up that is unique to the Emily Wilson version is that she will use the two words slave girl to refer to what translators will normally translate to the word as servant or just plain ordinary slave, when the context and the rest of the sentence that she's translating will clarify that it is a slave with a female gendered prototype. The male female gendered context or pronoun, whatever how it works in Greek. The other translators don't necessarily pay as close attention to that stuff as Emily Wilson does. It adds a really fascinating tension to the story, on top of what I feel is ultimately cleaner, more fun English. Also, another pro tip, if you are getting into this stuff, you are meant to read it out loud. You're not meant to read it silently in your head. And Emily Wilson, I feel, absolutely knows that more than the older translations, who might have more easier of a time going through reading silently. They come off as typically very stiff and stilted and repetitive, and in all these versions, Homer absolutely goes onto some really long, lengthy asides that are not super duper relevant to the immediate plot. But even when he's not going through some really long, lengthy asides, there'll be some very long, cumbersome bits of English to get through. The Odyssey is meant to be spoken out loud in a meter called iambic hexameter. I think that is the epic, Homeric, adventuresome meter that the Emily Wilson translation will play around with more strongly with the English to get the rhythm and the meter of that English closer to what it sounds like spoken out loud in Greek. That's another very, actually pretty convincing argument that Emily Wilson defenders will throw at you if you're just going to say, ew, no thanks to these modernisms getting thrown in there. But it makes an absolute world of difference when you hear it out loud. It turns the dialogue into some Quentin Tarantino. I'm not going to reset this area through the elevator. I'm going to do it through the Psycho Mantis room up ahead. It absolutely steers the dialogue towards a Quentin Tarantino sort of place, where there is layers upon layers of tension and humor and reference, and almost borderline verbal violence at some points when the conversations between the characters get especially intense. The Iliad, that I'm going to be working on an audio drama version spoken out loud of my own, is absolutely full of violence. Homer will describe scene after scene of Testocles driving his spear into the nipple of Nippopocles, where the spear exited through the nipple, and the blood stained the sand like drops of water rolling into the dirt. There's a crapload of gory, bloody, video game style violence in the Iliad, and in the Odyssey, there is a crapload of violent, gory, gristly dialogue, like in a Quentin Tarantino movie. All the violence in the Iliad is relegated to very brief, sudden explosions of punctuation after long, intense stare downs of conversations between smart, clever people talking in a way that is rife with a lack of reliable narration or consistently framed story happening, with all the quote unquote modernisms of the nested narrative and unreliable narrator going on. Woo! And you get that when you read it out loud. If you read it silently, you might not notice how when Odysseus is telling the story of the Cyclops, the way it is written will say, I said this, I did this, and then we went there, and then we did this. However, when Odysseus is not telling a story to an audience, the narrator will say, and then Odysseus said this, and Odysseus did this, and then Odysseus went there. It goes from a first-person to a third-person narration in a way that you cannot ignore if you're saying it out loud. For some reason, the mental processes of your brain will notice this perspective change in a way that I find didn't happen when I was reading it silently. And so, when you read it out loud, you have this temptation going on to get in character and change voices depending on who's talking. Stuff that your brain's going to be asking your mouth to do that the inner voice in your brain is not going to be doing while reading it silently to yourself. And That's super duper important for the Odyssey, I feel, because it's so much heavier on the dialogue than it is the physicality of the action. The way that the characters talk conveys meaning, and when the pacing and the tone of their voice is going to carry a lot of meaning. And I'm actually going to be going up and downstairs again too. I'm feeling tempted that this might speed things. No, it's not. I have to wait on the elevator. It might be faster for me to go in and out of the Psychomantis room like I previously concluded. When you're reading it on a page, the Odyssey, when you're supposed to be reading it out loud, there'll be punctuation marks, there'll be long line breaks and short line breaks. Some of the stanzas will be shorter than others, and that is a guide that's supposed to be telling the bard how fast to talk, and when it's time to take a breath, and when it's time to not take a breath and just say a whole bunch of stuff so fast, so dense, so at such a high-speed pace that you're gonna be running out of breath while trying to say that, and that's supposed to emulate the actual character running out of breath. There's punctuation and line breaks and formatting going on that is supposed to give you a sense of timing on top of the sense of rhythm, which is actually impossible to do. None of the English translations will be able to keep the iambic hexameter of the original ancient Greek version intact, which is a shame, because, and this is another part where I'm going to give props to the Emily Wilson translation over Fagel's, because the Odyssey is meant to sound like waves in the sea crashing on the shore over and over again as they pull back and then break forth again in the next line. And the Emily Wilson translation is written in a way that gets you talking like that, whereas the Iliad is kind of written in a way that sounds like battle lines of soldiers making a retreat and pushing forwards and gaining a little ground until they meet resistance, and then have to push back and think a bit about the retreat and go backwards a little more cautiously than the time they went forwards. Oh no, there was a gun camera there and I had no idea. Time to restart! Those are going to be the last guards I'll ever encounter until the guards in the elevator that I have to kill. It is not worth eating a ration and recovering that little sliver of HP over the cost of retrying the area. Okay, those gun cameras are hidden behind scenery that I can't see. If you were playing through this game on a normal difficulty with no radar, it probably wouldn't feel that bad to get hit by an object, threat that you can't see, because of how small of a sliver it took off of my HP, and how on a normal difficulty you can just ration through it and power through a lot of these areas. God, it's been a long time since I've looked at chat. I wonder if everyone's making fun of me for dorking out about different translations of the Odyssey and the Iliad. Emily Wilson recently did an Iliad translation, and I actually almost want to hold off on that, because reading it might trigger massive amounts of imposter syndrome, because she's an actual real professional, and I'm just a armchair amateur flying by the seat of my pants. She translates the Iliad. I am rewriting a new version from a panoply of existing translations all splayed across the screen in front of me, and I am absolutely eager to read the Emily Wilson Iliad. It is so fun reading the Emily Wilson Odyssey out loud to my dog by myself. If you get on YouTube and search up a musical loop of something like medieval lyre, tavern strumming background ambiance, and then read the Odyssey with that stuff going on in the background, it is an incredibly eye-opening experience that will really tune you into why so many generations of human beings considered that to be peak entertainment for a good 1,000 years or so. To like the ancient Romans in the 1st century AD, it would have seemed as ancient to them as the Bible sometimes seems to us, and when you read the Bible nowadays, it seems dusty and old. The style it's written in is really weird. It never really translates to English elegantly unless you're hitting King James, which is actually a really inaccurate translation of the original Hebrew and Greek stuff. But you also don't have the Bible exactly performed to you like an entertaining weekend entertainment for upper middle class and up, spending a bunch of money at a festival and diving in every now and then on a performance what was, for their time, an exciting, gory, either Tarantino-esque or Rodriguez-esque bit of weekend entertainment. Yeah, when going down this analogy of comparing the Iliad to Tarantino and the Odyssey to Iliad and the Odyssey to Tarantino, the Iliad is very much the Robert Rodriguez version of Homer to the Odyssey's Quentin Tarantino version of Homer. I'm gonna pause for a second while letting the game story go. And Metal Gear Solid is also very Homeric. I've gone down that route before, especially MGS3. But anyways, I'm reading chat now. Let's see what's going on here.
When you were riding on it, did the weight limit warning go off? That's another thing that bothered me about it. The warning went off. I know I couldn't be on the limit. How much do you weigh? About 5. But that elevator had a weight limit of 650 pounds. It would take at least 5 people to go over that limit. Look out, Snake! The guys who stole my stealth prototypes are in there with you.
Trig the Discovery mentioned... Oh, I'm gonna have to pause the game and say this. Trig the Discovery mentioned something that is absolutely 100% on point with how I got into this stuff. Trig the Discovery, several tens of minutes ago, said, "The Odyssey makes the Mediterranean sound like a Bethesda game." Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Yes, 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 yes! 100,000% yes! That is exactly what got me down this hole. Is playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey, seeing superstition and misinformation and auguries and religious mythological overtones influence real politics in 2016 is really what got me into it. But then at some point I noticed that a lot of ancient Greco-Roman lore is basically got reapportioned over into Elder Scrolls lore. The Elder Scrolls is very much more an ancient world fantasy than it is a medieval fantasy. And it seems clear as day in retrospect, because the Roman Empire is right absolutely there in front of your face in all those games as the primary overpowered authorities in that fiction. But the analogy and comparison of Elder Scrolls lore basically being real life lore is I think really what influenced me so heavily to get less interested in video games than in the archetypical ancient source materials that have inspired them through a very long but strong continuity of literature history. I see video games as the latest modern chapter of literature history that has as its earlier chapters the days of Homer. Yeah, also egregious Facker here had a pretty funny exchange with the Twitch auto mod censorship bot. There's a certain author that also makes some recommended translations of Homer that do come as very easy recommendations. I think this was the one I suggested earlier, and that is Fagels. Unfortunately, spelling that out with unfortunately spelling out that guy's name with English characters in the chat absolutely triggered a mistaken assumption that we might have been talking about something else instead of old translators and scholars who learn ancient Greek to translate Homer and make a little bit of money from selling them in books. So let's see. And egregious Facker is also like, heard Dante's Inferno is better in red. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, egregious Factor. Your initial disgust with me talking about how the Wilson translation has modernisms and a feminist slant going on is absolutely not what's going on. You're talking here like, come on, and I'm just going to shrug and say, come on, right back to you. I've given a long and in-depth answer about why the feminist slant is there and why the other translations done in a more male-dominated decades are going to naturally be picking different words than what a woman translating is going to be picking. And also, you need to understand that this is actually a really, really old debate. one of the translators from the late 1800s actually started a theory that I don't think is popular anymore, that the Iliad was written by a man and the Odyssey might as well have been written by a woman. And also, the English modernisms come from trying to actually match the rhythm and the meter closer up to the dactylic hexameter, which is impossible in English. In a lot of ways, by doing the Emily Wilson translation, you are going to be getting an experience closer to the way it's meant. That can be extremely convincingly argued that is closer to the way it was meant to be consumed by the original audience, because you're actually hearing the rhythm of the waves coming and going and crashing and breaking. And that was also very, very important to the presentation of the text, because it helped the bards remember these 24-hour-long poems. Steady Pace asks, are there any performances of it that you prefer? My own. Wait, I didn't do the Odyssey. Yeah, I didn't do the Odyssey. This is also tough. Steady Pace. This is yeah, that's a kind of a tough question, because I would recommend listening to an audiobook. However, this is a big disclaimer. I don't know. Maybe it'll make Egregious Facker feel a little better for me dunking on the Emily Wilson translation, and that is that I would recommend getting a good audiobook version of it. And I believe there are better audiobooks available for the Fagles translations than there are the Emily Wilson translation. Because given the situations going on with the translation, Emily Wilson likes to use female narrators. And the one she used for the Odyssey, I don't think really got the job done 100% well. It especially comes out when this narrator is trying to voice act the Cyclops. The narrator that I heard earlier, I believe it was the Lattimore translation that I initially listened to, will get into character more intensely than the narrator that Emily Wilson chose for her audiobook performances. If you do Emily Wilson, I would recommend reading it out loud to yourself or to a friend. It's good date night romance as well. But I would recommend not going with the audiobooks for Emily Wilson. I would recommend going with a audiobook version, and barring that, if you really want to get hardcore about it, reading it out loud. Egregious Facker did also mention that Dante's Inferno is better when read out loud as well. Okay, so that is a thing going on with ancient poetry over prose. For the longest stretch of human history, a lot of entertainment, the primary medium for entertainment was poetry. And nowadays we think of poetry as some real lilty, delicate, flowery, effeminate sort of presentation that's about reflecting on the fragile, tender aspects of the human experience. Back in the day, that was not the case. It was full poetry was equivalent to like radio. It was very gaudy, subversive, tons of violence and sex and lowbrow gallows humor going on. And the narrators should dig into that. They should pause a bit to let the punchline of a joke sink in. When they're singing, when they're reciting parts of the story that are about combat, they should be speaking a little faster with a little more gristle and spit coming out of their mouth. And when they're getting to sections where Odysseus is lying his way out of a tricky situation, you should hear an eyebrow raised. You should hear a little bit of a wink and a nudge going on to the camera. This is stuff that's written into the text of the Emily Wilson version, but I don't think it came out with the narrator quite as long. Voice equals YouTube. Yeah, maybe. Maybe the closer analogy to radio, to ancient poetry being all schlocky and lowbrow, is that it's closer to like, yeah, putting on a YouTube voice that you fall asleep to, that's gonna be exaggerating the more visceral pleasures of the flesh on the way down there. Oh boy, I have a lot of chat to catch up to. I think it's cool that there are significantly different translations. No, they're not significantly different. They're only subtly different. Bigger differences come out from the subtleties, but they're not significantly different. It's probably closer to the oral tradition than the idea of the one true translation. Right, okay, and that's also cross-referencing that comment against your earlier comment regarding the Divine Comedy meaning to be read out loud. my train of thought is derailing all over the place as I'm looking through these chat messages, but cool, it's probably closer to the oral tradition than the idea of the one true translation. The oral tradition, that's what I'm trying to get at. Oral traditions died when the world became more modern and reading silently to yourself became more popular. They were dying up until that point, and then died their final death for good with the advent of recorded music, even before radio. Once you could go to the store and buy a wax cylinder and play it on your Victriola at home in your Victorian era house, there was never again a market for poetry, and it was dying a long, centuries-long death on its way there. But the advent of the printing press was really the first nail in that coffin. Dante's Inferno is meant to be read out loud. If you ever hear a big long book be described as a poem, that means you're supposed to read it out loud. It absolutely sounds different coming out of your mouth than in your head. And once literacy got much more popular, the practice of reading things quietly in your head got more popular, and the demand, yeah, I'll call it a demand, I was about to call it a necessity, the mass marketable demand of making a career out of reading things off a page to a crowd of people who will pay to hear it, started dwindling down from there on out. But before that time period, before the early 1400s, early modern era, a lot of famous works of world literature, spanning from Homer to biblical works, to theological works, to Dante's Inferno in the medieval times, were meant to be read out loud. I believe that, like, the 1520s, Don Quixote was the first popular novel, and from that point on, like, the way we read things changed drastically. And this was part of how historical communities would build a sense of community among one another. It was an event to hear something read out loud. It was an evening's entertainment to gather the family around the fire and read through some of the classics after a big meal. And it also has a surprising amount and a very creepy amount to do with theology. In St. Augustine's Confessions, he relates a story about how shocked an audience of ancient Romans were to see him reading some portions of scripture silently in his head. That was not the common way to do it. There's a lot of scholarly debate over whether or not that's the first recorded instance of anyone reading something silently in their head. But the oral tradition is contiguous with religious traditions in the sense that works of scripture were marketed as being the word of God, and the word of God was uncomfortably close to the actual words floating around in your head and your brain by yourself. So reading a work of scripture by yourself is weirdly supposed to be a more intimate, demanding religious experience than reading something out loud to a crowd for cheesy, lowbrow, violent, sexy entertainment for the masses. Yeah, Black Obsidian just said, quote, "Look at this weirdo reading quietly." Yeah, that's kind of how it's described. Like I said, there's a lot of scholarly debate, because absolutely up to that point in history, they had already gone through thousands of years of written materials that were meant to be seen for king's eyes only, or meant to be kept within a quiet audience. There are some passages of Homer that do seem to imply a few scenes of characters reading things quietly to themselves, but thing is, if you were fortunate enough to be literate in the first place, you had commercial incentive to make a job out of it, which included occasional gigs of performances. Thus, the mass audiences of most normal people tended to associate the ability to read with more reading out loud than reading silently. So yeah, they would think he might have been a weirdo reading quietly by himself. They might think that he was doing something dry and boring that might also accidentally trigger an uncomfortable case of psychosis or schizophrenia instead, because once you get used to the idea of reading silently, you've got other people's voices bouncing around in your head, and yeah, I need to actually play the game instead of going on and on and on about how I'm getting so mad at myself for being misinterpreted. Okay, let me continue. The last chat message I said before I got back into this game, where I'm gonna be very hilariously flipping people all over the place and dropping stun grenades and bombs and stuff in their path. Am I out of stun grenades? Oh well, C4 will have to do. I'll take that damage. Do I really not have any stun grenades? Let me give this a second look. Okay, well I guess regular grenade will have to do. But the most useful move for this section is really the melee flip. Ah, body armor, I forgot. I gotta remember to put that on every single time I get into a fight from here on out. But yeah, I think that flipping the guards around like this is a way easier way of doing crowd control in Metal Gear Solid 1 than actually using the weapons. I've been switching back and forth throughout this fight, and I actually have been getting consistently better results by flipping them over again and again than trying to drop grenades or C4 around here. I end up taking more damage than it seems is worth the cost. Like, sometimes they're just pointing their guns in the wrong way when they get back up. They legitimately look disoriented for a computer game AI that should know better. But anyways, the last chat message I saw said, "Damn, now I want to hear stories read out loud more often." Yes, yes you do. Get into audiobooks. That's the closest we got in our current generation. Homer's original audience were the patrons of festivals. You would have the king of town or a wealthy landowner in town sponsor a festival of ancient Greek stuff, right? This is when they would get naked and wrestle each other and throw the discus and have little sprinting races. And I could actually choke them, couldn't I? I hadn't considered that either, but flipping them over is good enough for me. I want to continue on with the homers. Part of the festivals where people would be feasting and playing athletic games were poetry festivals, where they would have a stage where a bard would recite some of the epics and the classics throughout this weekend festival. I think is a good way to think of it, as a weekend-long festival. The poems are about 24 hours long, very deliberately timed up to the hours of the day, and the poets would read them in 3 8-hour shifts, which helps make a lot more sense with regards to how they would be able to memorize something so long. They didn't actually have the whole entire 24 hours memorized, so much as they had an outline in their head of which shift they should be tackling, which arcs and character developments on which day. So long as they got to the end of the telemachy at the end of day 1, for example. No, I got it. Yeah, it actually is timed up sometimes with characters in the stories going to sleep and waking up the next day. For the first 8 hours or so of the Odyssey, we actually follow around Odysseus's son, who, hey, they gave me a ration. That's good. You follow around Odysseus' son for the first 4 hours, then you follow around Odysseus for the next 4 hours, and at the end of that stretch, he goes to sleep, he goes to bed. And you can kind of sort of hear a particularly long pause between the end of that scene and the beginning of the next scene. In the Iliad, there are very noticeable audio bookmarks going on as well, where so long as the bard got to the end of those big primary points of, like, introducing Telemachus, making sure he gets to Sparta and to Crete, or if I'm getting the names right, of the weird little islands that Telemachus goes to. So long as we get that covered and then move on to Odysseus going to some weird islands of his own, we can call it a day. We might accidentally forget something and have to fill the time with some really long aside about some classical Greek mythology tales, but that's okay, so long as the bard is thinking in his head that he's ticked all the biggest bullet points on the list of his outline before the end of that 8-hour shift. That means his job is done, and he's good. It's time to move on to the next 8-hour shift. I'm gonna restart this area because I can save a little bit of health by chaffing those gun cameras early. everyone is really, really shocked and or bewildered by how long I can go on about Homer. Reading out Disco Elysium or Pentiment is the real experience. When it comes... Oh my god, I'm gonna do it again. When it comes to role-playing games, there is at least one blogger out there who made a really fun series of blog arguments about how a dungeon master narrating a scene to their audience and getting things slightly differently every time they say it because they can't perfectly memorize the whole story, and then changing things slightly depending on how the audience is acting, and then having this outline in a book that they have at the side of their hands and making sure that their group just hits all the biggest marks on the list. There's a fun argument to be made about how DMing a role-playing game is a similar modern experience to listening to the ancient bard entertain an audience with the classics over a weekend. If you got a group of friends who will spend the weekend going to a house and spending 6 to 8 hours every day over the weekend going through a violent, schlocky, lowbrow story involving a lot of magic and monsters, where there's a good amount of oral interaction going on between the ringleader and the audience, that's a slightly closer experience you're having to the ancient oral traditions as well.
You sound like you're happy. No, I'm not. So then what is it? Snake.
Kind of interesting how bards would do that. How did the original writer make their money? Maybe they didn't. There's no copyright law going on in this ancient situation. I think the version of an answer to the Homeric question that I like the best is the idea that Homer was a name of a bard of guilds, or a company of guilds, or a guild of bards, or a company of bards, or a certain tradition of a subsection of bards, I mean. I like to think that multiple people wrote these epics together for the purposes of being read out loud to an audience that they traveled around Greece making a modest living off of. That's the one that I think makes more sense to me. It seems difficult for me to imagine a writer writing the stories as if they are meant to be written and read silently, and then getting that appropriated by the bards. They are written in a style and format that seems more naturally suited to the bardic tradition than otherwise. There's a lot of surviving. I mentioned how the Emily Wilson translation will include little notches of punctuation every now and then when you're supposed to go faster or slow or take a breath in the middle of a sentence. That's something that is typically included in a lot of the oldest surviving copies of these epics. I believe that it's the Library of Alexandria we have to thank for that. The oldest surviving versions of the Iliad and the Odyssey were from like 800 years after this stuff had been going on, and you can tell because there's references to them from far older works. But the if you look at pictures of what the old papyrus versions will look like, there's breaks and pauses and notches of punctuation all over the place. It is very much a guide or a handbook for the traveling oral performer to use as a means of professional paperwork to do a job. They don't read like novels. They read like really, really fun stories with little notches and marks and page breaks everywhere where you're supposed to speed up or slow down. I'm using a similar strategy against Sniper Wolf that I was using in the hallway fight with her earlier, where I'm trying to hide behind cover and wait for her to walk into pie slices I'm casting across the environment here. I hear her gun clicking all the way over here for some reason. It sounds like she's right next to me, but when it clicks, that means she's peeking out of her cover. I'm losing patience. I'm wondering if I'm doing this wrong. I can cheese some easy hits from her with the Nikita missiles, but I don't want to do that. I want to play this legitimately the first few attempts, at least. I'm losing patience. I'm wondering if I should start slowly widening my pie slice and trying to... Oh, I just saw her laser pass over me. Okay, so overhead visibility is the problem right now. There was an impact to the right of the camera. I think I know where she is, and she's not going to move because her AI doesn't really know that there's a wall in the way of me and her right now. So maybe I need to move around a bit and bait her into taking a shot, and then start... Oh, there she is. Okay, diazepam. Diazepam, yeah. I'll take the pill when she starts losing patience. And there we go. Diazepam. Okay, now switch to body armor, and ba-ba-ba! Ha-ha-ha! Gotcha! Yeah, maybe my strategy will work after all. She's in my sights now. I have superiority over the angles that she has now wandered into. There we go. Point and click on bad guy. I've never reliably been able to get her while moving. Hitting a moving target while being George is apparently difficult, but I don't think I need to. I can get her when she takes her peeks. And doing this pie slicing thing is really... I hate how much tension it's taking away from the battle, but I am also loving how much more like an actual... Hey, I got her while she was moving. It does make it look like it makes a lot more sense, which is the biggest complaint I usually have about the Sniper Wolf boss battles, is that usually I immediately point and click on bad guy right off the get-go and play very aggressively, but if you wait in one spot and have a battle of patience against her, it looks like it makes a lot more sense. It does look like this may have been the way it's meant to be played. Thinking of it as a sniper duel, a test of patience, and spotting little bits of your enemy and hidden in cover versus pointing and clicking on bad guy. And yeah, Dr. Spark George is like, I can't hit her while moving, then hits her 3 times in a row. You're saying good shot, but the simulation going on with the sniper rifle makes it so much easier than it could be. Time for the sad cutscene. There's not a lot of recoil. You have, like, the ability to rapidly fire a burst of 5 shots and get her with one of them from sheer probability and a more rapid fire than sniper fire style battle. You're not penalized for firing bursts at her. I think you just kind of got to learn how to lead the shot and predict what direction she's going in, and maybe it's not so bad as I've been making it this whole time, and I might have finally figured out how to elegantly fight Sniper Wolf in this run. The sniper rifle mechanics suck. It really shows in the VR missions, let alone aiming with the D-pad. You have a choice between the cursor moving way too fast and too fast.
So that's why you're called Wolf.
I was born on the battlefield, raised on the battlefield. Gunfire, sirens, and screams.
I'm gonna slow down for this. This is a very Homeric moment.
Hunted like dogs, day after day. Driven from our ragged shelters.
There's a lot of moments in the Homeric epics where the combat will pause a bit for the characters to get all Greek about the situation and talk about the meaning of life while they're bleeding to death.
My family or friends dead beside me. I stare at the morning sun and pray to make it through the day. The governments of the world turned a blind eye to our misery. But then he appeared.
Oh yeah.
Hero.
She calls Big Boss Saladin.
Saladin. He took me away from all that.
She's supposed to be a Middle Eastern Kurd from Iraq, but
I became a sniper.
but she is pale as the snow and has off blonde hair and speaks in a
Everything through a rifle's scope.
weirdly Eastern European
Now I could
accent.
see war, not from inside, but from the outside. As an observer, I watched the brutality, the stupidity.
What's going on with Snake's model right now?
Through the scope of my rifle. I joined
He's
this
wobbling a
group
bit too
of
much for the PC
revolutionaries
version.
to take my revenge on the world. But
Miller's also unusually blonde and white for someone who's half Japanese. let's let's not get into the discussion again about how Raiden is technically an African American and whether or not he has the pass.
now I'm
My friend is Iranian from high school, is pretty light-skinned. Yeah,
Wolves
I
and little animals.
I believe that Iranians can look like that, but I've seen footage of actual Kurdish snipers fighting ISIS in Iraq, and they of women snipers who were Kurds in Iraq, and they sure don't look like Sniper Wolf. I'll put it that way.
We're all for sale at some point or another. But you're different. Untamed. Solitary. You're no dog. You're a wolf.
Who are you? Are you Saladin?
Wolf. You spared Meryl's life.
You shot the shit out of her. He hit her everywhere except the vitals.
It's easy.
And Snake's like, thank you for treating Meryl so well. They look like Farah from the Modern Warfare. Yeah. Yeah, if you ever go on reddit.com/our combat footage and see one of these clips of female soldiers in Iraq who have nationalistic Kurdish bents and
Please.
you're gonna be thinking of Sniper Wolf in your head, but your eyeballs are definitely not gonna be seeing Sniper Wolf. Oh no, they're doing the opera. Oh god. Oh.
What is it?
My gun. Give it to me. She's part of me.
Oh, we got to see Otacon's animation pause at the edge of the frame from the widescreen hack. But god, the usage of music in this scene is just incredible. And the dogs howling in the background, the closer she gets to death is... It triggers goosebumps every time. I can be doing this in front of a stream, talking through it, and I'm still oh, and he covers his ears! In the next lines that are gonna happen, you can tell they're in the room with each other when they recorded this. They do not skip a beat when it comes to
But I couldn't save her.
responding to each other's lines. There is no sense of all of these lines being different MP3 files edited together.
Returning it to its owner. I don't need a handkerchief.
Why?
I don't have any more tears to shed. I'm going to the underground base. We're out of time.
I know.
You'll have to protect yourself now. Don't trust anyone.
Yeah.
If I can't stop Metal Gear, this whole place will probably be bombed to hell.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
might not meet again.
I'll hang on to my codec. I want to keep helping.
You can leave anytime. Get a head start. A head start on your new life.
Snake! What was she fighting for?
Best performance is right here, I
What
think.
am I fighting for? What are you fighting for?
They're yelling across the room at each other.
If we make it through this, I'll tell you.
Okay. I'll be searching too.
Kojima haters be like, nah, the scene was written by his neighbor. They're not 100% wrong. David Hayter's contribution to this game is definitely adding a sense of emotional intensity and elegance to the English that is not there in the sequels. When Otacon has his moment of vulnerability in Metal Gear Solid 2 when he cries over Emma's death, it goes on and on for about 8 minutes, involving some weird... Okay, well, even then, I'm not going to talk about the weird incest stuff. As far as writing quality goes, it goes on and on for 8 minutes, and there isn't that, It is kind of poetic. There is less of a, elegantly poetic sounding to English ears, to English speakers exchange, where Snake and Otacon will say a long line that then gets punctuated with, yeah, yeah, yeah. He says the terrorists will launch the nukes, it'll be a big bad deal, yeah. And then the base will go to shit and they'll bomb it to hell, you should run away, yeah. There's a rhythm. There's a rhythm to that is not there in Metal Gear Solid 2. And I'll die by this. I was just playing through this like a couple weeks ago. The comparison is still fresh in my head. And both games go through similar narrative arcs, and both have fantastic stories, all things considered. But you could absolutely tell that there were a lot more native English speakers involved with getting a lot more leeway to dick around with the script and the voice acting direction in this one. Compared to the sequels. But did I just find a fast travel truck? Can I actually get back to the earlier areas at the very beginning of the game to farm rations right now? Not that I need to. I wonder why that fast travel truck is even there, and whether or not I should experiment with it without having the box that brings me back to the snowfield. But yeah, that truck can be used. I can farm rations from the guards that are right in front of me. I don't need to go all the way back to the beginning of the game, but why is that truck there? Why would anyone need to go back to the... Why would anyone need a fast travel truck at this point in the game? You just picked up box number 3. Yeah, cardboard box C, snowfield. Do I want to experiment with it? I know where it's gonna go. I'll give a quick cursory glance to some earlier areas, but I'm not gonna commit to it. Oh, the liquid parachute is someone there? What is the liquid parachute? Ah! Well, there would be something. There's no gun cameras, but there is something else. Ah! The mine detector is useless without the radar. Got it. Lesson learned. So not only do I need to be scanning these rooms for gun cameras, but I also need to crawl through rooms that don't have any visible gun cameras. Bobo Bunga wants to know what I think of Death Stranding's story. It's the only Kojima game where I liked the gameplay more than the story by a wide margin. Oh crap, I thought the gun cam was frozen in place. I just wasted a chaff grenade. I kind of feel you. I think that Death Stranding's story is emotionally affective. I absolutely remember getting all all watery and teared up at the end. I remember feeling pretty pretty pumped and inspired during some certain points where I was figuring out the game systems and learning how much bigger of a deal building transportation infrastructure is than any other parts. But the beat by beat writing in Death Stranding is awful. It's the worst of Kojima. It's weird how, like, the direction of the cutscenes and like the poetic emotional resonance of the story hit me, while the quality of the writing was an absolute eye roller the whole way through. And I think that kind of sort of shows where Kojima's strengths really lie with in terms of being a storyteller. He is absolutely at his best when he is getting edited by other guys who are gonna tell him to shut up. Who are gonna tell him to shut up. That the audience has already heard the same lines get hammered down over and over again. And also, the other thing that people need to be doing who are working with Kojima is having the guts to tell him not to employ every single weirdo idea that comes across his head. Not all 100% of every single thought going through Kojima's brain is some work of creative, brilliant genius. I found a fan site that has a so-called commentary for Metal Gear Solid 3, and it's wacky. It's a commentary in the sense that it's quotes from various art books and strategy games and interviews over the years that reference certain parts of the game, that then rearranges those quotes to be presented in a play order as you go through the game. And most of those quotes are Kojima either repeating a theme that is all or explaining symbolism that is already obvious as hell to the way that the story goes. Like in a scene where the boss and Vulcan are arguing at each other, the boss like raises her arms a bit to make a point, and Vulcan flinches a bit because he's afraid of her CQC. And then you look at the Kojima commentary, and the line there will be, say, "As you can see by the subtleties in our motion captured animations, we've managed to convey some very hidden symbolism the audience might not notice in the character's movements." Where the boss is where Vulcan is afraid of the boss's CQC. Half of the commentary is like that. Another half of the commentary is Kojima just talking about incredibly strange, weird, way too over-the-top ideas he had that the rest of the team either shot down for very legitimate reasons of budget and time, but also because, I mean, come on, man. One of those ideas that the team shot down that Kojima seems really angry about in this commentary is that the Shagohod was supposed to be kind of like a transformer that reaches its final form when one of the Wig planes attaches to the Shagohod tank, allowing it to move around across any terrain. And it just sounds so stupid and tonally inconsistent with the rest of the game that was definitely something that should have been left on the cutting room floor. Okay, what is Call the Colonel about Wolf? Yeah, some good and hidden things there. There's some good hidden things there? I don't know. I'm interested to find out. Let's call Campbell about Wolf.
A sad story. We should have turned our backs on the after the Gulf War. Listen, we're not responsible for her choices.
It keeps happening.
Everyone decides their own fate, no matter where they were born.
No, fuck off, Snake.
Fate, karma. It's
Oh,
just an
come
excuse for
on.
giving up, if you ask me.
Oh, that's... I don't agree with you either.
Born on a battlefield, she might have had a happier, more fulfilling life.
Right.
She might not have turned into a killer.
The Kurds have gotten fucked over and over again. It keeps happening.
Snake, hurry up and get to Metal Gear's underground base.
Yeah, so the Metal Gear Solid 3 thing, Kojima was absolutely shoving in way too much mecha robot anime influence into a time and a place where it's just not appropriate. It would have seriously clashed with the nostalgic 1960s ambience. Oh my god. It was in the one corner I didn't look at. If you crouch by Wolf's body, there's a unique camera angle. And also, what is the parachute? You keep mentioning the parachute. I don't know a thing about a parachute. Whatever parachutes exist in this game are completely unknown to me. I do not know what I'm missing. Where should I be going for a parachute? Blostein's ghost is around here too. Liquid's parachute. Oh, it's not... You're talking about a piece of scenery that I can't interact with. Okay, yeah, now I know what you're talking about. There's a big white blob on the ground that looks... Okay. That looks really, gnarly for PlayStation 1 graphics reasons. You know, I'll just... No, I'm not going to use the chaff. I'm going to save it for the other rooms. I need to back up to get a better viewing angle on the camera. So is there, like, some kind of interesting codec conversation about the parachute? Hey, I found a camera angle for keeping track of where this camera's pointed. I don't have to make this as hard as I had been making it before. In the bottom right of the screen, there's a parachute in the trees that gives a unique codec call. But yeah, America, like, turning its back on the Kurds is a recurring thing that keeps happening. That's also a controversial point over whether or not international intervention in the Middle East is really something that we should be embracing, or whether or not the Kurds are chill and cool enough of a group in the Middle East to be playing into their nationalism. Yeah, he mentions that the Kurds, America turned their back on the Kurds during the Cold War when Saddam's army and air force had more or less been completely destroyed, and there was an opportunity for nation building that did not occur, that might have sort of really... Wait, that was the wrong room. That might have sort of really absolutely bit American interests in the Middle East in the back with how that destroying the army and the air force of Iraq in the 90s did nothing to stop the circumstances that required a much worse war, or prompted, and was very profitable for those same interests in 2003. I was trying to get to a point about how it happened again during the Trump administration. There was some sort of aid deal or arms deal for the Kurds in Iraq in particular. Now that America does have significantly more influence over the Iraqi government and may be potentially setting the Kurds up to found a Kurdistan, Donald Trump screwed them over in that case, and the case that Colonel's talking about there would have been in reference to H.W. Bush.
A sad story. We shouldn't have turned our backs on the Kurds after the Gulf War. Listen, we're not responsible for her choices. Everyone decides their own fate, no matter where they were born.
Also, why does Snake say that? That almost seems out of character. He is, wait, no, it doesn't.
I don't agree with you.
Yeah, okay. There's actually, now that I'm thinking about it, there's some interesting things going on here regarding the characters and their philosophies they're talking about. So, just then, while talking about a, like, impoverished child soldier who, yeah, unique camera angle, neat. I didn't know about that. If you kneel down, the camera gets sad. Okay, so during that line, Snake did weirdly sound a little bit out of character, like he was being aggressively objectivist. In Metal Gear Solid 2, he certainly doesn't sound, and 4, he certainly doesn't sound like an Ayn Rand fan, but he does talk about how, or he doesn't talk about it, but it's like implied that Snake's more, that Snake believes a little more in free will and less in determinism, than Big Boss did. And that might be why there was some disagreement between him and another character who's about to betray him. Right, okay, so both Snake and Big Boss deal with the same kind of bullshit throughout their lives, which is, getting their ass kicked by child soldiers who were born in really unlucky circumstances, of which Sniper Wolf is actually one. We might actually meet her in Metal Gear 2. She might be one of the kids in Big Boss's child soldier grooming apartment base in Zanzibar land.
Words like fate, karma,
Okay,
I don't agree with
so Snake and Big Boss are both living lives where they have to deal with the bullshit of child soldiers growing up and kicking their ass and causing trouble. Big Boss is of the opinion that a soldier who is having their psychology get all fucked up by PTSD in combat is irrevocable. His arc in Metal Gear Solid 2, his villain speech rather, is very much inspired by the flavor of American media that Kojima grew up in, which were macho American action movies about disgruntled Vietnam War veterans who were all fucked up and not able to adapt to civilian life after the Vietnam War, which is based on a real history of soldiers having their trauma handled in a worse way after that war in particular, compared to the wars that came before and after. After Vietnam, the term PTSD caught on. Scientific methods for dealing with it became researched and utilized and common. In World War II, there was, I think, a much bigger sense of community and shared experiences between soldiers and civilians that lessened the impacts, where the soldiers coming home were all kind of sort of doing it at the same time in big plane rides with each other, to civilians who also had to deal with a good amount of bullshit. Even in the States, there was a lot of rationing going on. They had gone through a Great Depression. The whole entire society had a shared sense of trauma, and thus maybe had an easier time talking to each other than veterans of the Vietnam War that were influencing the movies Kojima grew up with, that he wrote his villain as taking to an extreme. Snake, on the other hand, seems to feel that evil, awful soldiers who are getting fucked up by combat and have to learn how to kill people are redeemable. He has speeches in Metal Gear Solid 2 and 4 that lean towards the more free will end of the spectrum, where you gotta fight for what you believe in instead of what the government tells you to do, which is an absolute eye roller from a grown-ass adult point of view, where the line between those two categories is in real life far blurrier than Snake is making it sound here. But what he says in that codec conversation does kind of sort of fit the character in a weird way. I think that the writing and the translation from Blaustein and Hader might have just been slightly out of character. Like, the tone didn't fit the character, but the philosophy did. He was saying that maybe a lot more faster and aggressively than he'll say some similar stuff in some other games. Token Flip Guy is talking about the Deer Hunter. That's a big one. Rambo in general is a big one. Like, these movies that inspired Metal Gear Solid had trailers where a narrator's saying stuff like, John Strabo is a fucked up asshole from Vietnam and everyone hates him. What's he gonna do about it? He's gonna kick ass and blow up bad guys. That's probably I spat all over the monitor. That's probably the kind of influences that went into Big Boss's characters, and then maybe getting a little bit more introspective about living in more peaceful times in the 90s after the Cold War is probably what got put into the Solid Snake's character after Kojima had grown up a bit and gotten more used to reading the news than watching silly movies. Rambo said, ACAT, all cops are targets. Yeah, the first Rambo movie is also, like, weirdly uncharacteristic of the rest of them. Also, like, very, very clear as day coming through in the Metal Gear Solid inspiration. But, yeah, the first Rambo movie has Rambo fighting the cops instead of going back to Vietnam to finish the war that the politicians lost. In Rambo, he kicks ass against a domestic American threat, and then at the end of the movie has a very heart-wrenching scene of male vulnerability. Where is this parachute? I need to get this parachute out of the way so I can finally move on and get out of this area that doesn't even have real enemies, but I keep dying from them anyway. George edging the parachute. Southeast corner. I've been going back and forth from the southeast corner and I'm not spotting it. You almost saw it. Oh, it's on the fence, isn't it? There it is. Okay, I'm sorry. That was kind of subtle. I've seen this before. I didn't think much of it at the time.
Listen to me. I found a parachute near the wreckage of the Hive.
And I completely forgot about it.
You don't think that Liquid survived? Impossible. As soon as he jumped out of the pilot's seat, he'd be sliced up.
Onion on an infomercial.
What's that parachute?
That does not sound like a Kojima line. That sounds like a Blostein line.
Either that or a message to me. Meaning I'm not dead, I suppose. Maybe. I
Oh
think
my
it's more like
gosh.
I'll
Yeah.
string you up. Well, in any case, don't let your guard down. I won't.
Trig the Discovery said, it's interesting that Snake would blame someone else for their violence while jumping into this mess largely uninformed of his role. Not only that, but he's, like, forced into it. They kidnap him from his house and, like, take him prisoner at gunpoint while explaining him the mission. I wonder what Master Miller... Okay, I'll go back to the parachute and call Master Miller. In fact, I'll call Campbell, too. I didn't know the parachute was going to be such a big deal to you guys. Who's taking care of the dogs? Fuck's sake, I just wanted to chill out with my huskies. Yeah, Solid Snake goes on this speech about how being a fucked up soldier who kills people is a choice when he got kidnapped and forced into it for this one, at least. It's Master, right? Yeah.
Master, you and I, we're nothing more than dogs, are we?
That's not like you, Snake. Don't let what Sniper Wolf said bother you. Listen, there's not a soldier alive that doesn't question himself. And if there is one, he's nothing more than a murderer. But someone like Wolf, a soldier who's looking for nothing more than their own death, is no good to anyone either. Once she started to look for death, it was all over.
Steady face
That's
just
how you'll
hang
end
on.
up too, Snake.
I haven't heard that one before, so I wanted to pay attention to it. But Steady Pace just said, we don't have much to live for, George. Please call him about the parachute. Okay, yeah, Snake's philosophy is going back and forth. Maybe he's just confused right now. I kind of am enjoying analyze him a little more closer in this playthrough than usual. Talking about it out loud is getting me deeper into the character, I think. So, for a chunk of the mid-game, Snake is thinking about... Like, he's not even necessarily falling in love with Meryl as the love interest, so much as it just gets him ruminating on a lot of thoughts about that during the quiet time in the mid-game, where when Otacon asks him a really stupid question, Snake has an answer right off the bat. And so Snake is, like, dwelling on the role of women in his life and what masculinity should be, while also reflecting on his failures to live up to this ideal that he keeps having to confront in multiple games. And in this one, he's having to confront his ideal over whether or not a soldier really can be in control of their own destiny, or if they are just gonna be brainwashed into following orders and not thinking of themselves as an individual forever. He goes from yelling a really stupid version of one side of his conflict against Naomi to then very sadly, depressingly ruminating on the other extreme version of the conflict to Master Miller. So maybe it's not as inconsistent as part of the character as I originally thought, so much as we're just hearing two sides of an internal debate he's thinking about right now.
Sound travels better in cold environments. If you're going to use a handgun, you should equip a suppressor.
Snake who is cursed. Yeah, there's another theme where, like, he does come to eventually believe that he has some sort of curse in his genes, and it gets him all suicidal in Metal Gear Solid 4 by the end of the game. And then something happens right before he pulls the trigger that pulls him back in the other direction. Yeah, no, okay, I think I get it. This might be like a new slice of interpretation to add on to the story here, is that throughout the Metal Gear Solid series, Snake eventually comes to embody a more free will friendly version of the boss's will, but on his way there, he's gonna feel conflicted and go back and forth a bit. Is Deep Throat around?
The entrance to the
Yeah, there's a twinge of guilt in his chastisement of Sniper Wolf. I think maybe we just haven't been giving Snake enough credit for how shitty and confused he would feel. His lines do kind of hint at that, don't they? He's frustrated, he runs out of patience a lot. I've always noticed that. But I think one thing I've never really noticed before is that throughout a lot of this game, he's like philosophically confused. Man, Kojima really does know what he's doing when he does not have to write long blocks of text in English.
Once you're dead, you'll never have another chance to be happy. I can't understand people who want to die before their time.
Oh, do Nastasha next. I think she's 1.15. There's all sorts of interesting, unique dialogues for this snowfield. Is she 0.15? Yeah, and Mei Ling... Oh, she's 1.52. Okay. I think I had the 15 in my head because of Meryl. Snake basically spent MG1 and MG2 wiping out bases of PTSD veterans. And then at the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, he decides to retire. And he has some time to think on how maybe he finally has gotten out of the military and can live a quiet life with dogs instead of killing people, until they throw him back in and he gets really pissy and confused about it.
That's a chaff grenade. It's a
Oh,
special
maybe I need to unequip something to get a unique Nastasha here.
As long as the strategy of nuclear deterrence continues, nuclear weapons may be reduced, but they will never be eliminated. If you think about it, nuclear reduction does not mean much without elimination as the ultimate goal. I used to work in the DIA. I figured the only way to achieve nuclear elimination was to work from the inside to convince them of the ineffectiveness of the deterrence theory.
Seems like you're pretty focused on that issue.
Victims of nuclear radiation are a sad thing to see, and I have seen a lot of it.
Oh, is she gonna give her backstory about Chernobyl?
I was
Yeah.
and raised in Pripyat, Ukraine. I was 10 years old.
I'm an expert on that topic because I played 3 first-person shooter games that... The most I know about it, I am ashamed to admit, probably comes from the Stalker games.
Thousands of other lives. I live just 3 kilometers north of there. 600,000 to 700,000 people were evacuated. Over 650,000 children suffered the effects of radiation poisoning. Between 1986 and 1993, 12,000 children died. My parents, and many others like them who helped in the cleanup, died a few years later from radiation sickness. We must rid this world of all nuclear weapons before they cause more misery, before they destroy the delicate environment that keeps us alive. I will not allow this pain and anxiety to pass on to yet another generation.
Everyone's talking about what a underrated character Nastasha is, and I have to guiltily admit that I've never really been in the habit of calling her on the codec a whole lot myself. And to be fair, the stuff I've heard has always been pretty good. I just don't know if I've heard that one before years and years ago, but I don't know if I've ever heard quite enough to be getting into this Nastasha fan club that's going on in the chat here.
If we do not drastically reduce the number of stockpiled nuclear weapons, it is going to become easier and easier for terrorists to get their hands on them. That means more terrorist attacks like this one. There was some talk about both sides reducing their nuclear stockpiles to a core deterrent force of less than 500 missiles each, and declaring that there would be no nuclear counterstrike in the event of the use of conventional or chemical weapons. But talks fell through. It seems that America is unwilling to relinquish its position as the most powerful country in the world.
And she never drops the cigarette too, such a legend.
The chance of a full-scale worldwide nuclear conflagration was diminished. But on the other hand, the chance of local tactical use of nuclear weapons greatly increased. Civil wars, revolutions, regional disputes. It seems like there is a new war popping up somewhere every day. And many of them are the result of centuries-old hatred between different ethnic or religious groups. These people do not think rationally or logically. In such conflicts, there is no concern for the high civilian casualty rate. And international criticism means little. A nuclear deterrent
Oh, this is hard to hear right now. Oof.
Furthermore, unlike
Ooh.
strategic nuclear missiles,
Kojima predicted the future again, huh?
is in some cases left up to battlefield commanders. It is pretty scary. As long as nuclear weapons continue to proliferate, the chances that someone is going to use them will also continue to grow. Ironically, the policy of nuclear deterrence has prevented the elimination of nuclear weapons. The entire basis for determining them to be illegal has been undermined by this military policy. In other words, nuclear weapons cannot be declared illegal because we have an entrenched policy which makes them legal ipso facto.
Give me more.
America and Russia are not the only countries with nuclear
I want to hear
weapons.
more.
During the Cold War, the UK, France, and China publicly declared the existence of their own nuclear arsenals. Since we entered the 21st century, we have confirmed the existence of nuclear weapons programs in countries throughout Africa, the Middle East, South America, and Asia. Nukes are steadily proliferating. The 21st century is paying for the 20th century's failure to plug the holes in the NPT and for the IAEA's failure to tighten
Oh, we don't get to know
control
what the
measures.
IAEA stands for.
The IAEA was established in 1957 to oversee peaceful as well
I
as
stand
military
corrected.
applications of atomic power. But the IAEA can only investigate those countries which request an investigation. Furthermore, the timing of the inspection must be approved by the country in question. They are not allowed to do sneak
Oh
inspections.
God.
The country that
I
can
hate
do
how much of
investigate
this
can even dictate
just
the
sounds like
nationality of the inspectors that they will
modern
allow in.
21st century
In the late
history.
1970s, Iraq
Like
would
in the
only
last
allow
call she was
inspectors
talking
from
about,
Bulgaria
oh
and
no,
Russia to enter the
she's
country.
directly talking about Iraq
IAEA
now.
does not even have the authority to level fines against countries who have committed infractions. After the Gulf War, they discovered that Iraq had been developing nuclear weapons in secret right under the investigators' noses. Unfortunately, as an organization, the IAEA just did not have the teeth to effectively stop the proliferation of nuclear weapons and technology.
So Nastasha just predicted that the Israel-Palestine conflict is just gonna get worse after the Cold War. Nastasha also just predicted that Iraq is probably gonna get probably developing weapons of mass destruction in secret. Yeah, now Chad is just telling me I told you she was the best.
All 5 nuclear powers, America, the Soviet Union, France, England, and China, signed the NPT. The treaty provided that the non-nuclear equipped countries could
To be
receive
fair,
assistance
these
for
are
peaceful
far
application
more
of nuclear
grounded
power,
statements
but
about the
military application
nature of
nuclear
modern
power was
conflicts
strictly
than I think
prohibited,
they are
and the IAEA
predictions of the
was given
future. It's
the
just
responsibility of investigating countries
reading the
who are
news in the
suspected
late
of being in
90s stuff.
non-compliance with the NPT. But the IAEA could not stop the proliferation of nuclear weapons either. Not only couldn't the IAEA levy any penalties against violating nations, but it became impossible to distinguish between technologies which would lead to military development and technologies which were for civilian applications.
Let's keep going. Give us some more.
It is so ironic. People are working as slaves to pay for weapons that must never be used.
Yeah, to be frank, these aren't his predictions so much as what most experts were saying anyway, and him just parroting it. Because, you know, on the other flip side of the coin, he got it super duper wrong predicting about how common gene therapy is supposed to be by 2005.
In the 20th century, in order to be a military superpower, you had to first be an economic superpower. But things changed toward the end of the century after the collapse of communism. With all the surplus weapons and technology
This
floating
ain't no
around,
bullshit
even
parachute talk.
economically weak
Natasha is
countries
spitting
could
the
have a
truth.
powerful military.
Yeah, I'm grateful that Snake is not chiming in about his opinions on this stuff right
According
now.
to the military doctrine, which is the basis for NATO expansion, a preemptive nuclear strike may be undertaken if there is a sufficient threat of a regional conflict spreading to a large-scale war. In the face of all this NATO expansion, Russia might feel the need to flex their nuclear muscles. If
Oh,
only
God.
To show NATO that
Don't
even with
jinx
their
it,
aging
Nastasha.
arsenal and diminished army, they
Don't
are
jinx
still a major
it.
power.
Don't! No! Stop! I want her to stop
Russia
at this
could
point.
No longer pay enough money to its leading scientists, so they sold their weapons and weapons technology to the highest bidders. NBC weapons flowed into the hands
NBC?
of dictators and terrorists.
Like
The
Seinfeld?
military balance of the world crumbled. The world has never seen the balance of power shift so quickly and dramatically. Ironically, the policy of nuclear deterrence has prevented the elimination of nuclear weapons. The entire basis for determining them to be illegal has been undermined by this military policy. In other words, nuclear weapons cannot be declared illegal because we have an entrenched policy which makes them legal ipso facto.
His timeline may have been wrong, but is he necessarily wrong that gene therapy will become commonplace even in our lifetime? I do. Yeah, I don't exactly have my hopes up that even the most benign, beneficial version of gene therapy where babies can grow up without having to deal with asthma or whatever, I don't necessarily feel confident that the United States policymakers are not religious nut jobs enough to finally get that show on the road. I feel like my pessimism comes from watching stem cell research get hamstrung under the Bush administration. In any case, his timeline may be wrong. So is the science. Like, gene therapy is something that you do to embryos in the womb. It's not something that you do to adults to make them slightly better soldiers. The genome army here got gene therapy like a year or two ago while they're in their 20s or 30s to give them slightly better eyesight and slightly better reaction time, because the presumption of the pseudoscience here is that that's up to your genes instead of how much time you spend training and honing skills. So when it comes to predicting international politics, Kojima's on the money. When it comes to predicting internet culture, Kojima's mostly on the money. When it comes the gene stuff, though, anything they talk about genes, a lot of what they're saying is just pretty factually wrong.
It is so ironic. People are working.
Oh,
as
is she
slaves
finally
to pay for
done?
weapons.
She's finally done talking about nukes. Holy cow. While I'm here, I'm gonna clean out the other
The entrance to the underground maintenance base is in
the other
north of the
characters and
snowfield.
see if they have anything
I'll be
fun to
watching,
say.
Snake.
Otacon doesn't have anything fun to say. Master Miller had something fun to say, but I exhausted it real quickly. Mei Ling had something fun to say. Is Meryl gonna pick up the phone? No. She's in prison right now or whatever.
Snake, hurry up and get to Metal Gear's underground base. The entrance should be towards the back of the snowfield.
Okay, I need to remember that there's gonna be a gun camera in the next room, and I'm gonna feel tempted to try and use my brilliant sneak timing, honed by many, many years of playing this game over and over again, to patiently wait for the gun camera to look the other way. But that didn't work last time, so I'm just gonna chaff it. Alright guys, prepare for good music. Prepare for some real good music while I indulge and let me give myself a break to read the chat. Can I lean against a useful camera angle during the quiet time here too? Yes. Boom ba boom ba boom ba boom ba boom ba boom 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 do 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 do. Am I misremembering this, or isn't the Metal Gear universe nuke-free after MGS1? No, it's nuke-free after Metal Gear 1. Am I gonna get spotted? Hey, I'm just gonna solve this problem right away. At the end of Metal Gear Solid 1, the world actually does get rid of their nukes. And the threat in Metal Gear Solid 2 is that Big Boss's tiny mercenary microstate is gonna be the only nuclear-powered, only nuclear-armed country in the world, and its government is run by warmongers, so in that case, one of the cases where American military intervention is justified. The story doesn't really criticize the U.S. government for sending Snake in on that one. I just saw a message by Bobo Bunga that said, "These streams are great. He talks for an hour about the Iliad, then talks about how much he hates Metal Gear." Trig the Discovery says the issue with genetic manipulation as military technology is that steroids are way better. Yeah, steroids are way better at making soldiers than whatever CRISPR is supposed to stand for, which I assume is the closest real-life analog for the game's gene therapy. I have an idea. I've never done this before. But is this... Of course. I can't aim low enough to actually snipe that guy. I thought I was about to use the sniper rifle for something other than the 2 parts of the game where you use it for a boss battle. Yeah, like, if they really wanted to make these next generation special forces soldiers sound scarier, make them react faster and take a little more damage, they could just say, Snake, the next generation special forces patrolling the Shadow Moses Island in Alaska are hopped up on steroids, and they're super duper bored, you're gonna get fucked. And instead they say that they've undergone gene therapy to do some fairly subtle changes that are obviously not reflected by how incompetent they are in the game. But yeah, the steroid thing, drugs, soldiers in real life do a lot of drugs, don't they? That's something that they very briefly mention in passing in Metal Gear Solid games. But if they want characters to go on sad monologues about how soldiers are all fucked up, they definitely could just mention drugs. From what I remember, the whole gene therapy talk was inspired by fears that charting the human genome would lead to a new era of eugenics. Yep, that's probably exactly what was going on, because I believe that they didn't finish the project until the tail end of when the game came out, so maybe we shouldn't rag on Kojima too hard for not knowing exactly how genes work. Maybe the high school education we got on the topic was just informed by a few more decades of science happening that he didn't have in his head at the time. I need to restart this area and farm for rations. Do. Can you throw grenades in the lava? Why? Why? Why was that a thought? This area killed me so many times back in the day. Why? Why? I don't remember the lava area being particularly difficult, George said immediately after getting blasted by a gun camera. I don't feel bad about getting blasted by that gun camera. I couldn't see it with the radar anyway. I'm gonna know it's there for the next time. I know the guards' routes. There's only apparently 2! There's only 2 guards in this area you have to pay attention to. So long as you know... So long as you figure out which floors you can walk on quietly and which ones you can't, I don't think this area should be giving people too much trouble. It feels so wrong to not have to change the CDs. I was really bad at holding the stick against the walls, if I recall. It was many years ago. You know, maybe you might also be thinking of playing the game back in the D-pad era. I definitely got in the habit, my first few Metal Gear runs, of using the D-pad over the stick, because I don't think the game was really designed for analog movement in general, but right now I'm more in the habit of using the analog stick, and it might be because holding it against a wall is a little easier than pressing the D-pad against the wall. Your finger might be slipping a little less than it would on tiny little D-pad buttons versus a bigger, chunkier analog stick. Yeah, Zeri just says I always use a D-pad for Metal Gear Solid 1. It makes a lot of sense. You do not get a gradation of movement speed with your analog stick movement. Your first-person movement is also really weird. It's not designed for analog stick movement either. It kind of sort of blew my mind when I started playing the PC version recently with the fan mod installed meant to emulate analog stick movements. I always thought Metal Gear Solid 1 was meant to be played with Snake like snapping his neck up and down at 90-degree angles like this in first person. Turns out on the PS1 version on the DualShock controller you could get some degrees of finer motion involved. Not a lot. It's not great. It's not great playing the game with the analog stick. It was not made that way, but I might be in the habit right now of considering that the superior way to play for right now, especially with no radar. But if you do have the radar on, you're also going to be tempted a lot less to be relying on wall cam for visibility, so D-pad would come naturally with most playthroughs because of that as well. Also, the guards are dropping rations this time. That's good. It's a lot easier than last time. But yeah, I think I'm done killing guards. I can't get spotted by guards anymore. I'm gonna try throwing a grenade in the lava. Someone asked why can I do that, and I asked why would I do that, and there was a wall there I couldn't see because of the camera. But yeah, some like steam happened, a unique effect. Well, that's cool. A unique effect if you throw grenades into lava. They fizzle out into a bunch of steam instead of exploding. I'm sorry, I was laughing at someone mentioning how stupid some of the twists in Metal Gear Solid 4 get. Hey George, what's your take on the Silent Hill 2 remake? I forgot if I asked before. I don't know. I don't think I have much confidence in Bloober Team. Whoa, look at the heat haze. Look at the wobble going on. Look at this low-tech PS1 attempt at a heat haze effect. What in the world? Oh my goodness. Instead of using a post-processing effect, they're like taking advantage of the lack of Z buffer to make the polygons wobble around even more so than usual. This is weird. This is creepy. This looks, this does not look like something my mind is comprehending easily. The whole world is moving around me. It's undulating. The walls are breathing. Ah! Do I need these things? No. And I think there's just a couple grenades on the other side of here. I might not have needed to go back here. Oh, there's a gun camera. I forgot. No, the blind spot trick's not working. Where is this thing? No, there's two of them. Okay, chaff grenade. I'm not gonna try sneaking around two of them. I was tempted to try and sneak around one, but I'm not gonna be sneaking around two. Hey, chaff grenades, stinger missiles. When in the world am I gonna use those stinger missiles? They're gonna give me enough for the Metal Gear Rex boss fight. Maybe I'll use them against cameras up ahead. I know there's some cameras up ahead. I'm also going to go back and farm more rations from those guards. You enjoy the farming, don't you? Might be harder to get them from underneath rather than going from top down. I love the Phil Collins drum solo at one point, or the drum riff in this song. It's the juju drums. You play Stardew Valley, don't you? Question now is guard coming up or down? Maybe I can snipe him from down here. Okay, I'm gonna try it. If it triggers an alert or something, I'll just walk out the room and walk back in. No! Now Snake can't aim high enough to get him. So I have to be on the stairs at an incline pointed up. Wouldn't a guard spotting you be beneficial? That way that would spawn more guards to farm. Yeah. You're not wrong. Maybe that's a strat. No! Now I can't aim low enough. You see, the wall is not scrolling down anymore. Snake's got like just 20 degrees or something of room to work with this thing. It's pretty bad. Can't really see him either. Okay, so for a couple frames of changing the camera angle back and forth, I can monitor this guard's movements. Ah! Bump, 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 bump. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. They're not sending in any replacement guards either. Okay, I'm gonna try to use the sniper rifle again. No. Not working. I gotta get up on a high spot. There we go. No ration. I don't think that was a good idea either, because the ration might despawn by the time I have to very slowly and carefully wait for an obstacle to move out of the way before I get there. I don't think anyone taught him how to hold a sniper. No, actually not stealing my name. I think what he's doing is taking the official instructions in the U.S. Army sniping manual too literally. It says in the book that you should only be firing it from a prone position, but video games don't really simulate why that would be a necessity quite as much as they're simulating it being a necessity here in this one. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. No, I thought I timed it right. He just suddenly turned around, I guess, halfway up the stairs. Bump, 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 bump. I think my chances of getting a ration are going to increase if I do it completely stealthily. I just, wish I could get a better viewing angle of this guard ahead. Maybe I should first person him. I'm sorry for beatboxing to this music, but this music track is good enough that it deserves it. No, you turned around suddenly. He's a turner. We got a turner. Be advised. Oh yeah, use the box. I forgot. Do 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 do. Boom 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 boom. I need to keep that in mind if I ever am in need of a hiding spot or a good camera angle and there isn't one around. Just use the box. Do 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 do. See, look at. Oh, come on! He turns so fast. I was in the middle of saying, look at how much easier that was when he turned around real fast. George, use the #1 most iconic thing in the history of Metal Gear. Well, I'm sorry, it's super buried underneath the inventory, and honestly, the exclamation point might be more iconic. I think it would be easier to turn into an icon on your desktop. Come on! I'm not gonna get any food from him if he spots me on my way to choking him, am I? Wait. I can't stop this feel. Agent New 11. Are you saying that the rhythm of the music track in the background here is uncannily similar to David Hasselhoff's Ooga shaka, ooga shaka, ooga shaka, ooga shaka. I can't stop this feeling. Who's that? Someone who's just gonna go away and back again. So, I guess I should go up the stairs faster. I don't want to wait for him to turn around after going all the way down the little hallway he's going to go down. I want to get his rations now! Ooga shaka, ooga shaka, ooga shaka. It's just a box. Just a box. Get out of the way. I wasn't in the way, dude. I've watched your routine at least a good 3 times now, and I'm pretty sure I was like just 1 pixel into the danger zone that time. Oh boy. Well, farming rations out of this guard's definitely more tedious than I'm expecting. Not any harder than I was expecting. He's not exactly a threat, but he's eating a lot more of my time than he is my HP. I'll try it this way. Oh my god! It's the floor. I think the floor is making footstep noises, and it's, unexpected because the floor is not a, like, semi-transparent metal grate like the ones that usually make footstep noises. But there's 2 different floor textures on the ground in front of me, and I think the one that is a lighter gray with more of a perpendicular alternating cross-hitch pattern is the one making footstep noises. I'm also changing floors so fast that I was so close to the guard that it was hard for me to tell whether or not whether or not it was my footsteps or my line of sight screwing me up. What is he doing? What was that? What was that? I'm gonna get on the quiet floor now. You know, I'm gonna go up above him. I liked being above him. I was not... I'm gonna shoot him. I'm just gonna shoot him. Huh, he does go back downstairs after all. I was in the way. I was not just 1 pixel in the danger zone. I broke him. I might have actually broke him. Maybe I can, sneak up on him easily, more easily from this little hole. It takes so much time, though! I want to farm rations, and I want to farm them fast. That was quick. I mean, yeah, it's not like killing him is the thing that takes a lot of time. That just happens in a snap. Okay, maybe if I go real fast around the southeast edge there, I can get a shot on him from here. Yeah! Look at that first-person aiming, unique only to the weird, shitty PC version. Yeah! I'll get a ration out of him someday. Do I have to neck snap him to get a ration? I don't think Uber Eats delivers to Shadow Moses, no. Yeah, finally. Now I only gotta do that 3 more times. Boom, 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 ba, boom, ba, 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 boom, ba, 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 boom, ba, 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 boom. This is the original PC version, not the Master Collection. In Metal Gear, Uber Eats would be some kind of PMC that delivers you food in an armored car. Drebin Eats. If Metal Gear Solid 4 was made in the 2020s, there would be a very long codec haul about how Kojima was making predictions for delivery food to become the new normal. Drebin would sell naked food. You mean like the Naked brand juice bottles? Please don't spot me. Please don't spot me. Please. Thank you. That's good. Dun 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 dun. Oh, new plan, actually. Hide in the nook before he comes downstairs. Maybe this will be a faster way to farm some rations out of this fool. Alright, fine. I'll wait. I'll be patient and I'll wait to neck snap him, but only because I found a faster way to get into his blind spot here. What? No, God! Now you're gonna change your route up on me? Okay, for any Metal Gear Solid super duper ultra fans in the room, why did his route change? He's learning. Is he? Yeah, he's learning. He's adapting to me, that's why. He's gone rogue. There he goes. I think it's because I picked a different route. Maybe the guards have reactive routes. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Oh my god, I'm so quirky. Today I went down the stairs instead of around the northeast corner by the side of the stairs. Kojima programmed an anti-George NPC program specifically for this exact play session. It's fine. I got this game under control. He also had longer range eyesight than I was expecting too. Wouldn't you want a guard that moves towards the player? Well, not for stealth games, because then the player would feel too disempowered. But yeah, if I stay at the bottom of the stairs, let's see if the guard goes around the stairs instead of the bottom of the stairs. Because yeah, it's a stealth game. I don't think they want the guards to be constantly zeroing in on the player's position. I think this might be a reactive AI that's reacting to my position to walk in a more exploitable pathway away from it! I'm, like, losing a lot of patience over this. I just need to neck snap him 3 times. I'm trying to find the fastest way to do that possible. So let's see if they have this guard's AI program to consider 3 dimensions or 2 dimensions. Might be 2 dimensions. Because I'm not down the stairs right now. Oh, I'm gonna get spotted! I wasn't down the stairs, I was on the mid-level in the southeast corner, but so long as I was on the southeast corner, he picked a different route. So if you're in, like, the eastern half of the zone, he'll move in a direction where he's going to be patrolling more of the west. Oh boy. Up the first set of stairs and take the balcony at the left turn. You might be able to snipe him from there. The objective right now is not sniping, it's neck snapping. I want to neck snap him. So the plan right now is going to be to wait for him to move to the furthest end of the little catwalk he's going down now. When I get out of his eyesight range, get on the quiet floor, go up the stairs, now wait for his backside to be facing my front side so I can neck snap him. I didn't wait. I was too impatient. And he's never going to drop a ration or even some useless ammo if he's spotted me first. But at least I think I got a quick and easy route in my head to do this now. And figuring that out took way longer than if I was being patient and actually waited him out and studied his route and neck snapped him at least 3 times by now. I wasted too much time talking. I didn't move when I should have. Look at him break. Maybe he's just dancing to the cool ass music going on in here. Do 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 do. Okay, phew. Alright, I had a close call for a few seconds there, but I think this is going to be the fastest route to neck snap him. I think neck snapping gives you the best drops, so the amount of tries it'll take to get a ration should be a little lower here. But yeah, we just discovered in this 25, almost 30-year-old game that guards, some of the guards apparently have reactive path-finding AI, where they will patrol in a route that will be keeping them from walking suddenly into the player. Ration! 1, 2. Okay. 3 more times. I gotta do it 2 more times now. That's 2 out of 3. Or 2 out of 4. What am I saying? I've gotten 2 rations. Maybe I need 5? No, I need 2 more. So yeah, 2 out of 4. Please don't spot me. Please don't spot me. Please don't spot me. Yeah. Is this like a kill everyone run? No. I'm only killing guards over and over again like this if I need to farm rations out of them. Because this is an extreme difficulty run. where you will not have any pre-placed rations in the game. You have to get all your rations from dead guards. So every now and then, it incentivizes the repetitive and easy farming of rations from guards you can sneak up on and kill more easily than others. Yeah, that's... Jonathan Joestar's got it. I'm being lore accurate to Liquid's speech for this run. I'm killing dozens of guards for the calorie mates. I don't know. Maybe I can make my moral conscience soothe itself a bit by thinking about how I'm not killing dozens of guards over and over again. It's really just this one. You can't kill dozens of guards over and over again if you're only killing one guard over and over again dozens of times and all the other guards only 1 or 2 times. Snake had to dance to the music for a few repetitions before finally getting him. What is worse, killing dozens of people or one guy over and over again forever? I'm gonna say dozens of people. I feel like my college-educated liberal arts degree ethics are landing on the side of it being worse to kill dozens of people once than one guy over and over again. We've all, you know, like, yeah, this is there's a lot of quirky, funny comedy movies about characters living through time loops over and over again that sometimes involve them dying and having to solve their own murder. There are very few funny, silly, cerebral comedy movies where the amount of killings happens on a scale of dozens. You usually want to hold back on the humor for that kind of situation. But if it's one guy getting killed over and over again, then we're like talking about a fantastical element to the story that I believe decreases some of the ethical culpability of the killer. Right? Because if you kill one guy over and over again, then that decreases the value of the killing. If you kill dozens of people one time, then we're still operating by normal, ordinary, real-life rules where killing people's bad.
There he is.
Ah! Once again, I have to fight like 3 normal guys in a small enclosed space. So you know what that... Yeah! Okay, maybe the melee moves are not the most useful thing. This place is not as small and enclosed as I originally was thinking. Maybe regular normal guns for these regular normal guards is, Oh, I forgot to body armor! Okay, let's just reset. What is this guy doing? Did you see how he just, like, sprayed and prayed in 100 degrees from left to right there? I love Akira. Yes. So does Hideo Kojima, apparently. Oh no, I just remembered. I gotta backtrack a bit. Should I be caring so much about making sure my health bar is full for the Vulcan Raven boss battle? You know what? Before I go down here, let's save.
Is everything all right, Snake?
Wait, yes, why are you so worried?
Do it for me, Snake.
Wait, why didn't she have a cute quote? She's acting... Was there, like, an issue with the scripting system going on just now? Vulcan Raven's not hard if you can avoid him and use claymores. Yeah, I don't usually regard Vulcan Raven as being one of the harder ones. However, there is a way more hardcore guy in here, or way more hardcore Metal Gear Solid fan, who's actually, like, met Kojima and plays through the games every year. There's a guy in the chat named Token Flip Guy who really knows his shit better than me, and he says that I should expect a pretty hard boss battle. And he is rarely wrong, so I'm, Oh, I got a body armor! I'm talking too much and not body armoring enough. So I think I'm more willing to trust that guy over my memories of playing this game on easier difficulty modes, because on extreme difficulty mode, the boss battles are pretty different. In Metal Gear Solid 1, it doesn't seem like you gotta use a new tactic or anything against them, but in the other Metal Gear games, like, you just have to straight up use different strategies for the bosses. Your old tricks will not work. In Metal Gear Solid 1, it seems like the old tricks do work, you're just not allowed to make any mistakes. So, I feel like it could go either way. So far, there we go, that wasn't so bad. This is like bullet whack-a-mole. Trust your instincts as a gamer. My gamer instincts are telling me that it shouldn't be that bad, but I've gotten, like, thrown for a loop a couple times during this run with some pretty intense difficulty every now and then. I knew it was there. I heard it. Maybe I should be saving my chaff grenades for Metal Gear Rex. Should I be using chaff grenades in here? Oh, I wasn't giving actual advice, I was just quoting Miller. Ah! That camera gets me every time, even though I know it's there. Okay. Stinger missile on the gun cam, and then crawl once I pass over into the eastern half of the next room. I can do that. Easy peasy. You only pass by it 3 times per game, and impossible to remember. I gotta backtrack past that camera, don't I? Wait, I can see the mines with thermal goggles. I don't need to be crawling. This is why I put the thermal goggles on earlier. I took them off for combat, but that was the wrong decision. Can you snipe the camera? I don't know if the sniper rifle can aim high enough to hit the cameras. It's not exactly an anti-air weapon. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Okay, I'm gonna body armor up again because there's gonna be crows attacking me. Oh, I should see if there's any unique phone conversations about the crows coming up ahead. Ammo refill for a certain upcoming boss fight. Yeah, they're not subtle about the foreshadowing that a boss is coming up. Okay. If I want to shoot a bunch of crows really fast, I'm thinking the FAMAS might be the best choice.
There are a lot of crows around here.
Those aren't crows. Those are northern ravens. The Inuit
Oh, I'm
and
so
other Native
sorry.
Americans worship northern ravens as creator deities. Some
There are a
say
lot of
the
crows
ravens have
around
the
here.
power to predict death. The great poet Marlowe wrote about them in the 16th century. Thus, like the sad presaging raven that tolls the sick man's passport in her hollow beak.
Did you hear the rhythm?
And the shadow of the silent night doth shake contagion from her sable wings.
Did you hear the
That's
pause?
pretty gloomy, Master.
By the way,
What?
I've got something to tell you about Naomi.
Oh,
Hunter.
no way!
her?
This is the
Is
same
this
call as...
conversation secure?
Don't worry, the monitor's off.
Holy
Okay.
shit!
What's up?
So you can call him slightly ahead of time
I didn't know that.
to hear fun
What's your
facts about
point?
crows,
Dr. Hunter's
and it
story about her
seamlessly
background,
transitions into
about
the
her
mandatory
grandfather
codec
being an assistant
conversation
secretary to
about
Hoover in the
Naomi being a
FBI,
spy.
Yeah,
That's so
and then
cool.
going undercover to investigate the mafia in New York.
yeah. What
Yeah,
about
what about it?
It was all a big lie.
What did you say?
He is
It was
indulging
really
in these
bothering me.
lines, the way
Why
he
would
said,
she
it was
lie
all
about
a
it?
big
She
lie.
lied.
Like he's
She might
narrating
be a
a
spy.
court TV drama.
Ridiculous.
Come on, even a high school student could see past it. The head of the FBI at that time, Edgar Hoover, he was a well-known racist. Didn't Naomi say that her father was Japanese?
Yeah.
Well, back then there wasn't a single Asian investigator. All Also, in the 1950s, the undercover mafia sting operations hadn't even started yet. They first started in 1960 in Chicago, not New York. But you better check it out. The chief and the president mysteriously dying, that ninja, too many strange things are happening.
He is loving
Might be behind it.
I don't know.
the camp and
Either
the drama
that,
of his
or
lines.
she's working with the terrorists.
Working with the
If
terrorists.
I find out anything, I'll call. In the
He just
meantime,
sounds so proud of
be
himself for
careful.
figuring it out.
Colonel, where's Naomi?
I'm right here, Snake. What is it?
Oh, nothing. Forget it.
Strange.
Snake, by now those terrorists have finished their launch preparations. Stop wasting time.
Strange. I hope the crows don't attack me. I have memories of the crows attacking me. I think if you attack the crows, they'll, like, attack back, so I'm holding back. I don't enjoy the killing, okay? I just wanted the rations. Oh no, I hope there aren't mines around here. For some reason I feel like I have memories of mines around here. I definitely have memories of rations around here. There's a ration that you definitely don't want to miss before the boss fight. Don't know why I had any memories of mines though. No mines. Oopsie whoopsie. There we go. Oh, I should have equipped the body armor before going through. Yeah, we get the exchange about the muck tuck eating contest now.
Welcome, Cossack. This is the end of the road for you. Right, my friends? Listen, they agree. Ravens aren't scavengers like most people think. They're simply returning to the natural world, that which is no longer needed. Sometimes they even attack wounded foxes.
You were the one in the M1 tank? Must have been a tight fit for a big boy like you.
Big boy like you. Ah.
But that was no true battle. The
Camera
Ravens and I
angles.
were testing to see what kind of man you were. The judgment is decided. The Ravens say you are a true warrior.
Alice is neato.
Am I hallucinating?
I don't know if it was an army PR guy. It might have actually... There might be more closer relations between Nastasha writing her book and the Vulcan Raven action figure getting out into the Metal Gear Solid universe in Metal Gear Solid 2. Because, like, it's that book that turns the events of this game into a well-known scandal where the mercenaries involved kind of become little mini-celebrities.
My family tree.
I gotta pull his ears, that's right. That's how you beat the boss.
Best of friends. Nevertheless, you will make a worthy adversary. You live in Alaska too. You know of the World Eskimo Indian Olympics.
This is such a weird
Must be a
conversation.
real threat in the muck duck eating contest.
Yes, you are right.
Yes, you are
There is
right.
another event that I excel at. It is called the ear pull. It is an event where two opponents pull each other's ears while enduring
This-
the harsh cold. It tests spiritual
I was about
as
to
well
ask,
as
like,
physical
why
strength.
Why a celebrity athlete with a reputation on the line joined the terrorists, but I forgot something very important about Metal Gear 2 that I'll explain when the cutscene finishes.
Glorious. It's just plain killing. Violence isn't a sport.
Well,
Unless it's the ear pull.
ironing your words.
Okay, so in Metal Gear 2, there's a boss called the Running Man, and if you call your friends on the codec and get a backstory about him, you find out that the Running Man was a champion sprinter in the Olympics who got busted for doping, and then he joined the terrorists. And like, I don't know, maybe Vulcan Raven got busted for doping, so he joined the terrorists. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Let's see how hard this is on extreme mode. I see that the lack of radar is gonna... Ooh. It's gonna provide an extra layer challenge having to fight the camera for visibility, but it's gonna make him look funnier, so it's okay. He's gonna be like yakety saxing from one end of the frame to the other for a lot of this fight, so get ready for some George giggles. Dun 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 dun. I'll see about hiding. Oh no, he's gonna chase me. Oh no, where'd I put that mine? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Ba-da-bum. Oh man, I should have body armored. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-bum bum 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 bum. Oh, I hit my own mine. Okay, so it's gonna be a little tricky to toggle between the thermal goggles and the body armor to try and keep me from running into my own mines later. I think I have a ration in my pocket. Other than that, it doesn't seem like the strategy... most of the strategy shouldn't be too different, but tracking him with the wall cam instead of the radar might actually change the way you play this boss fight more significantly than I might be giving it credit for right now. I think there was some C4 that I picked up around the corner last time. Did it teleport into my pockets as soon as I respawned after death so I don't have to go back and get it? I bet Nastasha has good advice. You should call her. Fine, I'll call Nastasha. They're usually mounted on F-16s.
They are usually mounted on F-16s. With its 6 rotating turrets, it can fire 4,020mm rounds per minute. And it is accurate too. If you come at him from the front, he'll turn you into borscht.
Right.
Stay out of his way. You have to hide and attack. Try
oh yeah, the Nikitas will make this easier too. Okay. She didn't necessarily say anything I didn't know, so much as she just made a big point out of making sure I don't come at him from the front. That has me wondering if I can just shoot him from the back. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Hey, that actually did damage. Just a sliver, though. I think the mines are still the better strategy. Bum bum bum. Ba-da-dum. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dun dun 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 dun. So for the helicopter battle, Nastasha didn't say anything I didn't already know either. But she did make a big point out of not being where its nose is pointed, and that actually was helpful to keep in mind. Also, he has good peripheral vision. I gotta keep that in mind. Oh, yeah!
What happened? Snake! Snake!
Oh, and you can kind of tell where he is with stereo audio. On extreme, all view cones are wider. Both of those are good to know. So he's on my left. Oh no, I'm too close. Let's put some mines behind me. Hey, those didn't trigger. Also, shouldn't I lure him into exploding some of the scenery for me so I can get the items on the top of the crates? Containers. These are shipping containers, aren't they? Why aren't those mines blowing him up? What's happening here? Ba-da-bum. bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, there's Phil Collins drums in this one, too. Ju-ju-ju-ju-ju-ju. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Can I hide in the nook? Alright, I'm getting closer to some mines I put down earlier. I wanted to saturate the left of the stage in mines so that I could just try and remember to stay out of the left. Lower left, I got mines. A lot of mines in the lower left. No! I was just talking about that! Do you have access to the Nikita? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I trust it as much on this difficulty mode, because without a radar it'll be hard to tell whether or not there's really enough distance between me and him to rely on the Nikita missiles. I actually prefer using the C4 one at a time. Yeah, maybe I ought to try that for a few attempts. So he starts off coming down the lower left, right? Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. This might be easier too because I can track his movement on the camera. I also don't have to worry about blowing up my own C4 accidentally. It's always going to happen manually. Dun dun dun. Dun, 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 dun. Well, I just mashed some buttons instinctively to try to get up faster, and that was a bad idea. He doesn't always take the bait, though. Yakety sacks. Da-da-dun. Da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. No! Nah, I kind of want to reset. But I think I already am seeing the C4 strategy make a little more sense than the Claymore mine strategy. When he is near death, it's best to have mines in the upper and lower extremes of the map. Yeah, I guess if I stick in the center, I'll have more room for escape if he starts coming my way and I need to skedaddle out of there. But in the beginning, he's going to go down here to the lower left. So I'll just put a bomb, give him a bit of bait. Yeah. No. What's he shooting at right now? No, come on. You're going the wrong way. Oh, can I stinger missile him? They just gave me stinger missile ammo, like they're trying to tell me something. Oh, and that did better damage, too. Okay, so a stinger missile on his back might be a pretty good strategy as well. Oh, I just wanted to tap the wall, not blow myself up with my own bomb. Okay, well this run's kind of fucked, but I might just stinger missile him from behind. You know, point and click on bad guy sounds like a pretty reliable strategy. Well, I don't know about reliable, but simple. It sounds like a simple strategy. I lost track of him. Ba-da-bum-bum-ba. Damn, I should have put the C4 detonator on the outside of my hand. Yeah, I don't know if you guys were able to infer what I was attempting there, but I was testing out whether or not he reacts to wall tapping. So I pressed the punch button with the C4 equipped. because you press the punch button to do a wall tap. You also press the punch button to detonate C4. Dun 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 dun. Ba-da-bum bum 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 ba. Ba-da-bum. Bum. Bum. Do-do-do-do-do. Yeah. Bum 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 bum. I waited a while for him to get near that one and totally blew it once he finally did. It definitely looks funnier without the radar. Why didn't that... Okay. It didn't blow him up. Okay, so he kind of sort of has to cross this next C4. He kind of trapped himself by whoa, blowing up those containers, and I gotta make sure I don't get trapped either myself. Oh yeah, because if he comes at me from the right, I might end up walking right into him. I'm trying to use my ears to figure him out. Stinger missile still does more damage. Yeah, I did that one by sound. Hell yeah. Ah, too slow. I guess he spotted the rocket. Is that what that noise was? Bump, bump, bump. I got him down to half health. This is fine. Everything's fine. I might have just wasted a C4, though. I don't think I... No. He turned that corner too fast, but maybe I'll have another opportunity to stinger him later. No, I didn't mean to go out there. Oh god, I hope I didn't trap myself. Yes, I can escape. Good. And I can lay a mine down in his predicted path, too. Yeah! Alright, now he's about to hit C4 and a mine. And I guess he had iframes turned on or something? He just didn't take damage. Oh well. I'm not too perturbed. I got him down to less than half health on what, like, my third serious try? I've retried a few times already, but they weren't serious. They don't count. I'm also learning a little bit more every way. This isn't like the helicopter where I'm just... got no room to make mistakes or experiment to figure out how the boss works. Bump, 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 bump. Da-da-dun. Oh. I would almost describe his movement as frolicking. It's visually delightful. The lack of radar, having to, like, press against the wall and see him just yakety sacks from one door to another is visually delightful. Ooh, I know what I should do. I should stinger him in the back. Because I know he's gonna go in a straight line down this... Ah! 140.85. Make sure you take care of yourself as well as your cardboard box. I mean, Mom, you're a wonderful, thoughtful human. George! What happened? George! George! Thanks for the fun bucks, Dr. Sparklegasm. I will immediately be using that for the scant few amount of money I've had for groceries ever since the grocery store inflational crisis of 2020 something hit. I remember it happening as far back, I think, as 2020 when eggs and baby formula started to shoot way up. But yeah, I literally did not have enough money in my bank account this morning for groceries, and now I do. Thank you for that. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, any kids who want to be a YouTuber, turns out it's a really big fucking deal to not get burnt out. It's a very bad thing that might happen to you later in your YouTuber career. But bum 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 bum. Da da dun 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 dun. God, it sounds like raindrops hitting the sheet metal. Da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Boom, boom, boom. I think the C4s are pretty much objectively superior to the Claymores for this boss battle because of how it negates the worry of running into your own mines. There's this, like, routine where you try to lure him around a corner and into your traps. And if one of your traps can hit you instead of him, that's bad news. I think this is bad news. Maybe I should restart. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. I'm not gonna sell my dog to my turtle. And economics is indeed bullshit these days. To say the least of how all my extra money is going to rental cars, mostly, to go drive to Mom's house, which is very far away. Yeah, I'm sorry, Toferminsky. I don't think they gave him super soldier steroids to carry this giant F-16 gun. I think this might be the genome therapy that's giving him the strength to lug that thing around. They gave him gene therapy so that he could carry around a 150-pound gun there. You know, this kind of reminds me of the dissonance I sometimes feel when reading old historical accounts of old historical warships, like in the good old days where ships had sails and masts, and in the 1700s and 1800s they would be described as having like Like 30 guns. There would be a 30-gun ship of the line, and when modern readers hear the word guns, they think of something considerably smaller, I think, than what these huge cannons that could only really be practically used by mounting them on a warship were, but even those still count as guns, right? This thing he's lugging around still counts as a gun, doesn't it? Dun dun dun. Boom, bada boom. Boom, boom. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I couldn't get around fast enough. And then I started mashing the punch button, thinking that would get me up faster. It's a bad habit. I need to break that, just for this boss battle in particular. I think that later on in the boss battle, when he starts knocking crates on the ground and limiting the amount of pathways through the container grid, I think that's bad for him. I think he has a lot to lose by losing the amount of room he can run around with. Because I feel like I had an easier time getting him down to half health and then slightly less than half health than I have at the beginning of the boss battle, where I'm just chiseling him down to like a 70-65% sort of level on his health meter. This is interesting, though. I do not hate how it plays without the radar. Having to track him by sight and sound is an interesting, visceral challenge that feels organic and seems to make a lot of sense. Hey, there's a ration up there. What? Is that the only ration on extreme mode that's pre-placed in the environment? I need to get that. Okay, new mini goal. I'm gonna try to lure Raven into blowing up this container, unless I can do it with my own C4. Or if it just happens on its own from a ghost, which I guess just did. Where'd the ration go? Is it on the other side? Is that what that? Yeah, okay. Uh-oh, I better hide. Never mind, he'll just leave me alone out of my hiding spot. He's kind of in the way of the ration right now, though, but maybe I can stinger him. Yeah! Aw, boo. He heard me shoot it and turned around just at the nick of time. Divine Enjoys says, you inspired me to do my own MGS1 extreme run, and the ninja is currently kicking my ass, but I almost got him down. Thanks, George. Okay, yeah, the ninja, I want to say, even though I was stuck at the helicopter boss battle for longer, I do want to say the ninja was... Ah! The ninja was the hardest boss battle so far because of how much more of a reflex challenge it is compared to a strategic challenge. Okay, I found a ration, one of the, if not the only ration, that I can pick up off the ground in extreme mode. I also know that stinger missiles to the backside do more damage than C4s, which do more damage than mines, which I shouldn't be relying on anyway, because the chances of me running into my own mine are too high, and the damage... I'm just going to reset here. And the damage that'll give me is going to be too much for extreme difficulty. Divine Enjoys... There's a term for this. It's called skill check. The ninja is a skill check. I want to use the term reflex check because that's the particular skill of yours that's getting tested, and it's a skill that you're going to get worse at the older you get for the rest of your whole life. So, yeah, the ninja boss fight is also ageist. I got filtered by the ninja. Yeah, it's a filter. A skill check, a reflex check, a filter. If you can't get past the ninja, you're one of the particles that got filtered out of the drinking water. I think I like check better than filter. It still sounds a little less extreme. You can come back to the game and play it later. It's not like you're a speck of dust caught in an air conditioner filter. You still have a chance at happiness if you pass the check someday. Oh, I was almost hoping that the Stinger missile would just go 90 degrees around the corner. That reminds me, you know what missiles can go 90 degrees around corners? Dun 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 dun. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. The problem with these is that he spots them. Now he spots me. I'm vulnerable. I'm taking damage. I don't think I want to use the Nikita for this guy. I don't think the Nikitas are going to work out. Oh no! He's right up on me. Okay. So, usually when I Nikita him, I do it at a really safe far distance. I didn't that time either time. But there's a chance that he could intersect with the corner where he can see me in his line of sight while I'm busy controlling the remote control missile. There's a chance he might do that. If I get hit like twice, the run's done. I can't get hit 3 times, I don't think. Definitely not 4. Unless I get that ration that was on the crate, on the top of the container pile. So, I don't think I want to rely on the Nikita missiles. Nope. I'm not a Nikita kind of guy. No Nikita Khrushchev missiles for me. And the Stinger missiles don't turn 90-degree angles around corners, but I will just have to accept that as one of the many unfortunate, unfair injustices of life. Man, this on extreme is rough. You have no... I easily have the patience for this. This is already going so much more smoother than the helicopter battle did. Oh, spotted his gun. There he is. Okay. So depending on his next turn, I'm either gonna C4 or Stinger. I kind of love it, actually, how you just catch glimpses sometimes of him, and you have to try and infer his next plan of action from a tiny little glimpse of us. Woo! And I managed to narrowly avoid damage. You have to, predict his next few seconds of movements from a millisecond of a glimpse, and that's great. It kind of feels like you're on the opposite end of your normal stealth gameplay, where guards will glimpse you and try to chase after you. Here you can, like, barely glimpse him, and you gotta either... Well, you're not literally chasing him, but you are trying to get behind him, as it were. Yeah, this is great. This is fine. This isn't that rough. I got this. Dun 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 dun. The sniper rifle, the sniper wolf boss battles have been the easiest. The ninja is the hardest. The helicopter I got stuck at longest, but more so from my own doing than... No, don't do this! Wait, can I just... Wait, how... Okay, I'm throwing the run, but how long can me and him keep this up? Not very. It looks like he does catch up with you eventually. Maybe if I go counterclockwise. It seems like there's a hitbox real close to it. This thing just took damage while on the ground there. Okay, it's not gonna work. It would be funny if that worked. It's not gonna work. Wait, Josh Sawyer went on a Christian video games podcast to talk about Pentiment? I feel so bad about how Josh Sawyer keeps wanting to talk about Pentiment with people who I don't think are very well equipped to talk about Pentiment. He was on Chapo Trap House for an episode, and I listened to it as part of the research for my video, and it wasn't a great episode. He was trying to share space with people who didn't really seem to want to talk about Pentiment, but rather want to talk about Fallout and then Dark Souls for some reason. A Christian video games podcast. Okay, so there's a very, very... as I found out over the past 4 years, there's an extremely important difference between Christian media and biblical scholarship media. If Josh Sawyer was on a biblical scholarship podcast talking about Pentiment, he'd be absolutely right at home. If he's on a Christian media podcast talking about video games, he might kind of be out of his element. There's a world of difference between how the Bible and Christianity gets interpreted in the secular context of biblical scholarship, where they'll talk for hours and hours and hours about secret meanings in the Bible and interpretive truths in the Bible and ancient history correlating with the Bible in a way that is not taking any of it at face value whatsoever. And it's great. It's like the best literature history classes your money can buy. And it's not the same kind of environment as Christian media where the hocus pocus and moral infallibility of immoral, outdated rules are taken for granted. Whereas the biblical scholarship people will explain how things went terribly wrong. The Christian video game podcast that Josh Sawyer's on is probably going to be bemoaning all the decadence and violence in media these days. If he's on a biblical scholarship podcast talking about Pentiment, they're going to cross-reference a lot of very, very hard history and hard economics against the stuff the game tackles, which is probably closer in spirit to the way the game handles its themes of dealing with Christianity's idealism not quite matching up with the history of the real world. Oh boy, am I trapped? Do I need to circle around or take a long route? Circle around him for the short route or take the long route? I'm gonna try going counterclockwise. Ah! Wow. So I cannot rely on the little diagonal nooks in the shipping containers for close range hiding spots. Nope, that's bad. Bad news. But yeah, I guess the moral of the story is that I should interview Josh Sawyer. Although I'm really, really nervous and worried that he might point out some corrections in the Pentiment video essay I made, but I've tried to listen to a few Josh Sawyer interviews about Pentiment and always been pretty disappointed with how the hosts seem to be not necessarily interested in the same perspective on Christian history that Sawyer is. Sawyer seems out of his element, and the hosts typically seem disinterested in Sawyer's element. Maybe I could fix this problem. No rations. I can't take another hit. This run might be fucked, but I'm making some good progress. Got him down to less than half again. I'm also figuring out by trial and error what the most effective weapon to use on him is going to be, and it really is C4. I think Stinger's number 2. Stinger does more damage, but I have fewer opportunities to use it. Is Sawyer Christian or raised? I think he's raised Catholic, and you know, like a lot of children of the 19th and 20th century didn't really grow up with the dogma lasting into adulthood. To be fair, he went really deep into his research. There probably aren't many people in his level in the world. Yes, no, this is true. The field of biblical scholarship is full of, like, maybe 20, 30 other people who went to his level of research. It's not a very profitable career. It's the kind of career where you'll only make a living if you manage to outcompete thousands of other people to try and get a job that try and get jobs where there's really only room for tens of people. And the podcasts and books and lectures that those professors make are absolutely brilliant, life-changing lessons about literature history getting blown way out of proportion as history goes on. It intersects with media history, literature history, information technology history, phenomenology and psychology, how people have understood their world through the books they have read over the ages. And there's only like 30 of them. There's one guy, one of these biblical scholarship guys named Bart Ehrman, who might have published the majority of all the books in this field that have ever been published. He's written like 28 books or something, and he also has a YouTube channel. I guess being a tenured track career professor in the field of biblical scholarship is still not enough money. You still have to write books and make YouTube channels on top of teaching the courses and doing the paid research. But yeah, there's a delightful lecture by Bart Ehrman I listened to about how they have the universities have something like 4,000 surviving written manuscripts of Bibles from medieval times, and he managed to personally look at about 300 of them, and specifically to count the amount of textual errors going on, and he found more typos and corrections and errors than there are words in the Gospels themselves. Josh Sawyer should absolutely not do an interview with Jordan Peterson on his weird conservative Netflix show. Oh, I didn't body armor up for this run. So, I'm mashing buttons to get Snake up faster, which actually seems like a good thing. If I mash the punch button, I'll accidentally blow up a C4, but if I don't mash buttons, I get hit by his minigun twice. So maybe I just need to be mashing the crouch button. There's some kind of button you can mash to make Snake get up faster after taking a fall, and it's I've always just button mashed the whole entire controller to make sure I hit that button by chance of probability rather than deliberancy. Oh, I need to... Oh, I did have my body armor turned on. Good. It looks like I'm leaving little presents for him on the floor. That sounds like something that Blaustein Snake would say. Oh, I haven't even mentioned the novelization. If you guys love Snake saying cringy one-liners, I actually read through the Metal Gear Solid 1 novelization, and it's full of those. Snake says... There's a scene in this book where Snake is punching out a guard with melee moves, and he, like... The book describes it as like... And then Snake appeared as a shadowy figure from the snowstorm, and immediately knocked the guard out with a punch to the temple. "Merry Christmas," Snake said, and the guard hit the ground with a thump. "Christmas came early," Snake added. So, like, "Merry Christmas, I got a few presents for you." Absolutely sounds like something that one of these versions of Snake would say during this boss battle, and that's adorable. Okay, so maybe now I can... Oh no, he spotted me. I want to Stinger Missile him when he goes up the hallway. It seems like he, No, he always does a sharp turn there. Bump, 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 bump. Ah! Bump, bump, bump. I'm also going to try to blow up the ration myself and get it at the beginning of the battle. I don't think this is working. Nope. I have to lure him into shooting the ration container. I can't do it myself. That sucks. Merry Christmas. Christmas came early. Does kind of sort of have the same energy as that tank must have been a tight fit for a big boy like you. Just this occasional flash of slightly out of character childishness to the lines. I think it's quirky and cute, but evidently it really pissed Kojima off himself. Okay, so if I want to stinger missile him, I should probably do it from the far west like this. Bump, bump, bump. Nope, he still turns too fast. Dun, 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 dun. Bump, 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 bump. Oh, he didn't take damage from my second bomb. But yeah, it seems like if I get quiet and really pay attention and, like, hug around these corners that he's gonna have no choice but to turn over. I could just, I could still play Pac-Man with him, even without the radar. Me and him could run around a crate for a silly, funny 60-second, 30-second stretch, and I could just force him into mines on the way there. Maybe wiggling the stick gets Snake up faster as well? Ooh, stinger, stinger, stinger. Nope. Still not fast enough. Oh, so we're talking about one-liners in the chat, right? And how there's less of them in MGS2. Just want to point out, Homer in the Iliad, earliest recording literature history of one-liner. There are badass action movie one-liners in the Iliad. Diomedes throws a javelin at a guy who, a guy tries to throw a javelin at Diomedes and it hits his shield, and then Diomedes throws his javelin back, and Homer says, and the javelin tore through Pandarus's jaw, leaving his tongue hanging out in the air as the blood splattered into the sands. Diomedes looked at the suffering man and said, "You missed." And that's the whole line. He just says, "You missed." He pauses a bit to look at the bad guy he killed dying, and says a callous, laconic one-liner. One-liners are inherent to human nature. They're inherent to the archetypical storytelling types that we are dealing with here. Bump, bump, bump. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I think serpentining helps a bit as well. I couldn't get out of the way of that line of sight fast enough. I don't know if serpentine hurts. Maybe if serpentine helps, maybe you just flat out need to make sure you stay out of his line of sight. Snake, no, Snake should more channel like the Arnold Schwarzenegger Mr. Freeze, and when Vulcan Raven is getting eaten by his crows, he just like looks backwards and says, "Looks like he finally found time to chill out." When the helicopter crashes, Snake says, "That takes care of the cremation." I'm trying to remember if there's a one-liner at the end of Vulcan Raven. I don't think there's a one-liner after Vulcan Raven. I think Snake is too too introspective and verbose to be dropping one-liners at the end of this fight. I shouldn't have done that. I think wiggling the stick is what gets Snake up off the ground faster, rather than actual button mashing. You know, while I'm stuck here at a repetitive boss battle that I have been retrying over and over again without necessarily feeling a big punch to my psyche damage, I think it might be worth mentioning that I suspect I have a pretty good sense of patience. I might be a lot more patient than most normal people out there. The bicycle trip I did in 2011, I think, permanently changed how fast I can expect to get satisfaction out of repetitive tasks in life. When I was doing the road trip back home while listening to the Odyssey and history lessons on radio, on the car stereo, I couldn't help but notice that my travel companion was very, very pissy about the traffic. And ever since the bike trip I did in 2011, I'm just not the kind of guy to get pissy at traffic anymore. Also, ever since I discovered how much better it is to do road trips with audiobooks rather than music. If my mind's in some other place, and I don't think it takes a whole lot for me to get my mind into some other place, if my mind's in some other place, I can patiently wait through traffic just fine. If I can experiment with some alternate gameplay strategies and make a little bit of progress, chipping the boss's health bar down a little bit more each time I die, I can play a really hard boss battle over and over again a whole bunch of times. I can do really hard video game challenges a whole bunch of times very poorly and not really have a frustrating moment of impatience kill my self-control. I really don't mind replaying this stuff over and over again so long as there's a small sense of player expression available in the minutiae of every repetition. Like, I did that European Extreme, non-lethal, no-trank, Metal Gear Solid 3 run super easy. It was honestly one of the most enjoyable ways to play that game. I just did the Metal Gear Solid 2, no-trank, no-kill, hard mode run. There were a few rooms where I had to retry things over and over again, and so long as I was at a certain chapter of the game where I have a number of tools to play with, I didn't mind retrying it over and over and over again. No, I didn't mind retrying it that many times at all. By the way, where are those MGS3 videos? I love them. They should be on the regular Ordinary Bunny Hop YouTube channel, just buried under a really old playlist of Metal Gear Solid 3 runs. You should go to the playlist tabs. When a YouTube channel grows up and gets really old, you have to start dealing with the problem of how YouTube does not have a great interface for archiving years and/or a decade plus worth of videos easily. You'd have to scroll down extremely long to get to those Metal Gear Solid playthrough videos, but if you go to the playlist section, you should be able to get to them in 3 clicks or less. Someone should do a study on games and patience. I feel like a lot of games are unfriendly to the impatient. That's an interesting way of phrasing it. I feel like a lot of games are... a lot of, like, good tactical strategy in general for a lot of problems in life that can be roughly analogous to the combat simulation that games first began as. Maybe better stated as saying that they're a test of patience. Patience is a virtue, and games test it. Yeah, in ancient mythology that I've been reading, like the narrators throughout history will applaud soldiers who can patiently wait for the correct time to strike. It's not a bad thing. Patiently waiting for good times to come while enduring bad times is a virtue. Patiently waiting for the right time to strike is a good bit of virtuous soldiering, right? It's a test of patience. It's not that it's unfriendly to the impatient, it's that most people out there should probably try and have a good threshold of patience before they start to lose their self-control. Because I got the time for this. I certainly got the time. I think I got the patience for this. My patience has not run out yet. It might eventually, but between time and patience, I definitely got more time to spare. But I feel like compared to most normal people, I might have grown up in an environment and gone through some life experiences that might have hardened my sense of patience up far higher than the average human being. Oh yeah, steady pace. Those Metal Gear Solid 3 playthroughs are edited, they're narrated. I was actually reading from a improvisational script. What am I saying? The way that the workflow on those videos worked is that I would keep a notebook out in front of me and jot down some things I wanted to talk about and some stories I wanted to tell right from the get-go. But after so many failed attempts after failed attempts after failed attempts, I would start jotting notes down and then come up with a script in my head as I was going along that would try and say something interesting about that section and its challenges in a version that very much became the final version that was edited together into the cut that shows up on YouTube. There is a hell of a lot more work that got put into those videos. The work that got put into those videos contributed to my burnout. There's a hell of a lot more work that got put into those videos than these stream backups you're going to see on the second channel. The second channel is where garbage goes. And those Metal Gear Solid 3 playthroughs are absolutely not garbage. They are like edited, improvisationally scripted, not formally scripted, but they're properly edited, they're improperly scripted. They were pieced together with a professional, clean presentation for the final product at the end. I cannot say the same thing about the stuff on the second channel. You're not going to find things of that quality on the second channel. Oh yeah, the part where I talked about going to Air Force Camp and how they make you belly crawl on the ground for a mile. And you have to sneak past guards. Oh, thanks, steady pace. I need to get out of this corner. Damn. I planted the bomb too close to the corner. I think one bad habit I have in this boss is that I want to plant the bombs around the corner, when really I think I should be planting them more in the middle of the lanes here instead of closer to the corners. If I stay in the middle lane, I'm safer from his gunfire when planting the bombs. There's a moment of vulnerability where I can't move out of the way of his gunfire while Snake leans down to leave him some Christmas presents. So yeah, this one will be still too close to the corner. This one will... No! I would... Okay, I'm just failing the geometry. Kill me, kill me. Failing the geometry test there. I don't think... Everything I just said for the past 20 seconds is wrong. It's not about how close I am to the corner. It's about making sure I'm not in his pie slice. By the way, that was a term I never encountered until VR games. A PS VR game called Firewall 0 Hour, a tactical shooter where you gotta pay attention to pie slices. I actually looked up some online copies of soldiering book manuals and how when you're a soldier clearing out a room, you visualize little invisible pie slices to try and get visibility on the enemy's hands or feet, but not their eyes or guns, because that means they can see you and you can't see them. And I can't forget that. Like, it's such a useful term to describe the geometry. Previously, I would say the geometry of the gunfight, when, really I just needed to be saying pie slices. That conveys the idea a lot easier. He has a pie slice that's looking at me, and I do not have a pie slice that's looking at him. Therefore, he's gonna win the gunfight. R.I.P. First Contact Entertainment. What do you mean, Token Flip Guy? I'm out of the loop. I didn't know what happened to them. I remember they made a version of Firewall 0 Hour for the PSVR 2 that sold very few copies, and that Firewall 0 Hour for the PSVR 1 was not a particularly hot seller either. And that, yeah, Firewall 2 bombed. Did the company go out of business, though? Are they really out of chances? Bankrupted the studio? Damn, that's tragic. The thing that was so great about that game was that having to move your head in VR, and also your hands, played into the pie slice geometry. You had to make sure that you were, like, tucking the barrel of your gun behind obstacles, which is apparently a really important thing that real-life soldiers have to deal with. It's a lot of bullshit if you're poking your gun out of cover. You don't want to do that. You never gotta worry about that in video games where you have no control over how far away from your body you're extending your limbs and your equipment, but that was the first game where I've actually had to pay attention to some of this, a higher level of you know, the geometry of the gunfight, and learned that the real proper term to be using and thinking and visualizing is pie slices. I've never played a game before or since where you have to move where a tactical disadvantage of using rifles over pistols is that they can't fit through doors as easily. A lot of stuff you gotta care about in VR that you don't gotta care about on a 2D screen. It's an absolute utter shame that the next big evolution in simulationist game design that actually was providing a lot of interesting tactical problems to solve like that did not catch on. I was a true believer in VR for so many years, wasn't I? And even I have to admit that the party's over at this point. This has contributed to my burnout. Getting really excited about VR and VR not turning out to be a big thing contributed to my YouTuber burnout. Sort of in Modern Warfare, it's faster ADS with a little less accuracy. Yeah, I don't know. That's not... That sounds more like a hard-coded problem of math than spatial geometry. Faster ADS with a little less accuracy is not going to be exposing your body parts to the enemy's pie slice. You don't want to expose yourself to their slices of pie. I'm gonna shut up for a while and concentrate. I've played this boss a bunch of times, but I feel like the reason I keep failing is that concentration isn't everywhere it could be because of all the talking I'm doing at the same time. Oh yeah! Trig the Discovery says, I just liked being able to crouch walk in real life. There's a physical risk reward to crouching IRL. Yeah, the physical risk reward. One of the reasons I think VR is done and not coming back is this accessibility issue. It's not accessible. It is not friendly to the disabled at all and never probably will be. There's a physical risk reward to crouching, IRL, that translates over, directly over, into the gameplay tactics. And that really, like, sums up what's so great and awful about it. There's a physical risk that you take for doing moves you can't do with a controller. And the risk ultimately did outweigh the reward, didn't it? There was too much physical risk to playing VR. Consumers by and large, did not like how much work it takes to put on the headset, how much physical work it takes to put on the headset, how physically exhausting some of these games could be to play, and how physically inaccessible they are for the disabled, and also normal people who aren't YouTubers, who work a much more exhausting job where they gotta do manual labor, and when they go home and play video games, even really hard video games, they just would rather not do more physical movement than they have to. It's like the Achilles heel of, or even like a more tragic weak point than the Achilles heel. It's not necessarily a weak point to VR, it's just the weakness of VR by its nature. I don't think it will ever be fixed. Even if they make lighter headsets that breathe better, that are less sweaty, there's still going to be the expectation of a lot of more physical movement than it seems like what mass consumers on a large scale want out of casual entertainment. I feel like it's going to have a lot more practical applications outside of video games. Casual entertainment, a casual evening's entertainment where you're tired at the end of the day, just does not seem like it turned out to be the appropriate use case for VR. Oh yeah, folks with small apartments got the short end of the VR stick as well. And I had to deal with that bullshit. I was in that category. I had a Valve Index, and they want a much bigger room than what I was able to give it. I could see VR arcades popping up if some killer app comes out. That was another prediction that seemed to fizzle out as well. VR arcades were supposed to be more of a thing right now, weren't they? Oh, that happened right in time for COVID to kill the business. God, that's sad. VR, the rise and fall of VR, the 3-hour YouTube video essay is just a sad story altogether. And yeah, the prices for VR arcades were always out of control. Even, like, in Japan, where they were on the cutting edge of that stuff a few more before they were in the States, there was still a very, very unsatisfying price-to-time ratio going on. So, yeah, the equipment. Also, like, this physical challenge of inaccessibility is something that was also biting the business owners of VR arcades in the back. It's so expensive, not just for consumers, but also for businesses, that the prices they were charging for that stuff was outrageous. So, that didn't catch on either, and it also didn't catch on right on time for COVID to put the nail in that kind of coffin. Oh, come on. He didn't fake me out. I faked me out. Doesn't help that Metagate keeps all their big games. Yeah, and that's... Yep. It's really a, like, perfect storm of very exciting technology turning out to be way less exciting than everyone thought. Price was an issue. Accessibility was an issue. The physicality, similar issue to accessibility. And this really, like, software level, absolutely unconvincing, unnecessary gatekeeping going on between the major platform holders. It is odd to see that Sony ended up embracing the PSVR on PC sort of setups, but it almost feels like that happened after they gave up trying to sell the thing as a traditionally console-exclusive experience. The PSVR 2 works better as a PC VR headset than the PSVR 1 did. You had to jump through a whole lot of hoops, and the way that the motion sensors were calibrated meant that they were constantly drifting out of place. They were calibrated for different hardware than PC users, and there was a permanent drift issue that's never going away. But at some point fairly recently, Sony made a patch that allows you to play that on PC, plug and play, very simply. But the fact that it came out as recently as it did after the product bombed as hard as it did makes it seem more like a move of begrudgingly giving up the sales of an exclusive VR headset versus a more accessible one, which is maddening, infuriating. One of the most important lessons, I think, of computers getting big and important is how much cheaper and more accessible and mainstream they became after Microsoft really committed a whole lot of evil acts to actually open up the market and make it so that hardware-exclusive hardware was not as normal a part of the home consumer computer experience. And it seemed like that was at the cusp of happening again, and sure didn't, because corporations are more overpowered and less government resistant right now than they were in the 90s when Microsoft went through a big fancy antitrust trial that actually, I think really historically, turned out to be more of a slap on the wrist than anything else. Either way, still, when computer parts are cheaper and work on more computers, the companies making those parts tend to sell more parts. It is good for business to have an open computing platform. And that's like a very inspiring bit of business history from the 90s and the late 80s that the VR businesses seemed to have rejected. I was about to say forgot, but no, everyone knew. There were so many popular voices in VR media begging for companies to stop doing stuff like that, and they doubled down on it as time went on. Facebook doubled down on it. They made Resident Evil 4 VR, which would have been an absolute killer app for everyone with any kind of VR headset out there, into an exclusive. I remember a few other games, can't think of the names off the top of my head in the heat of this boss battle, that I'm still failing because I didn't actually shut up and concentrate. But yeah, that whole exchange over Resident Evil 4 being exclusive to a Facebook product, like, this platform that is being used by terrorist militias to try and kill people and overthrow the government for the election coming up later this year. Like, I have to spend money on that company to play a 20-year-old Capcom game. I played it on a friend's VR headset that I borrowed just for that game, but there's no way. Like, there are so many very, very deep grievances between me and that company that are never gonna have me spending money on the VR headset, more even out of principle than out of features. And even then, when it comes to features, it was underpowered compared to the one I was spending money on, made by a less evil company that ended up being an inferior product. The more expensive product made by a less evil company was... It didn't have the killer apps on it when I know for a fact that I don't know, depends on what engine they were using, but the porting process is not so nightmarishly expensive that they need to, trying something new, that they would need to lock out the whole entire catalog of products from customers whose money is just as good as everyone else's. Like, I think that's the thing that especially pisses me off. The implication that my money is not as good as a Facebook fan's money. Or someone who doesn't read the news as much as someone else's money. What's wrong with my money? Why won't they let me spend money on a copy of Resident Evil 4 for a different VR headset? Oh, he just... Ah! I thought he turned around and walked 180 degrees out of the path of my bomb. Okay, no, I gotta shut up. I gotta concentrate. I can't keep yapping on and on and on and on to my room all by myself and expect to be able to elegantly track this boss by sound. Alright, I'm gonna cook. Let George cook. Okay, so Half-Life Alyx for the PC, the PlayStation Horizon game for PS. Before I begin the boss battle, I just want to say, Half-Life Alyx is not hardware exclusive to Valve hardware. You could buy an extremely cheap Microsoft-branded AR headset for $200. and have pretty much the same experience. It was not, no, that's a bad counter argument. I remember that coming up in the podcast, and that's not how it works. How long has it been at the... Narrator, wait, why in the world are you acting like this is the worst thing they've thrown at me so far? It's because you weren't here for the helicopter battle, were you? Okay, I'm still talking during the boss battle, and I should be concentrating. I will tell you, Narrator Way, that I was stuck on the helicopter last stream for 3 hours. If we have not hit the 3-hour mark, the whole entire stream is at 3 hours and 44 minutes, so I know that I'm in a less than 50% chance of what my limits are at, and I wasn't even at my limit. Okay, there's also a playthrough of me playing Metal Gear Rising on the hardest difficulty mode, which was also really fun too, by the way, but the final boss of that game took me 12 hours. It took multiple days of playing that boss over and over and over again in like 6-hour shifts. This is nothing. Narrator Way, this is nothing. You are absolutely off your mark here. I am offended that you think I would have lost my patience by now. I have so much more patience than that. He's actually the best Metal Gear Solid player. He's just doing a bit. Commoditize your compliments. If VR games run on any VR display, then the display is commoditized. Narrator Way just said I had to leave. Okay, Narrator Way, if you hadn't left for 3 hours minimum, you're still not giving me a fair shake at the amount of persistence and determination. I'm gonna kill myself. Amount of persistence and determination that I am capable of. After about an hour, I left and watched Empire Strikes Back, and he was still fighting the Hind. Eddie is pestering me for attention right now as well. Okay. Ooh, you hear him breathing even when you pause the game. I'm gonna put Eddie in my lap. Maybe that'll be enough attention to satisfy him. And oh, yeah, there we go. Hello, buddy. Oh, dude, you guys. I cannot adequately explain to you guys how much the old people at the old folks' home loved Eddie. I'm gonna pan the camera down and have Eddie in frame for this more than myself. But yeah, every time I had to walk past one of these gaggles of old people with Eddie, they all wanted to talk about him. There was this one tough old guy with a Vietnam veteran cap on who had a big beard, but when he saw Eddie, he just absolutely melted and turned into the most sweetest, infantile, cheerful, gentle old man I've had to encounter. There was another grumpy old man who was like yelling at me to put on a leash, and Eddie was on a leash. I don't know what he was talking about, but yeah, okay. So, funny story from the old folks home I went to over the past few days. There was this grumpy old man who was sitting in a lawn chair with no shirt on, who just had himself parked in front of the home, watching people go in and out. And whenever I was going in and out with Eddie, he'd shout, "Put it on a leash! Put the dog on a leash! Put that dog on a leash!" And at one point, I did lose my patience with that guy, and I shouted back, "Put a shirt on, you lazy idiot!" And then I called the front desk and reported him, and became a total Karen about the situation. But yeah, out of all the old people who live in the old folks' home, all of them love Eddie except that guy. George, can you upload the VOD of the first part of the MGS1 playthrough? I need to see how you got past that one part that I think is impossible without the trank. The video's gone. It's deleted. I wasn't planning on uploading them anyway. I said way too many personal details about my family. I was worried about doxing and stuff. Also, those videos were crap. I was out of practice. what is the part of MGS2 that you think is impossible without the trank? If you give me enough of a verbal description, I might be able to remember what section you're talking about and how I eventually got through it. The hardest sections I recall are some of the introductory segments of the Big Shell, really. The sediment pool, the package distribution room with the conveyor belts, and the storage room where you have all the little arsenal rooms with new guns in them were very, very tough. The Olga boss battle is also very tough, but that can't be what you're talking about because you use the tranquilizer in that. The part that I'm thinking of is right after you get peed on. Huh. Okay, because right after you get peed on, there's some drones that you shoot with your silenced pistol, and it doesn't wake anyone up. Part that I'm thinking of is right after you get peed on. And then you go inside the Shell 2 core, which is, like, bombed, right? Or, yeah, it got blown up by a bomb, so it's flooded, so there aren't even guards patrolling in there. You might be thinking of the wrong part, because you don't have to get past any guards for an hour or so after getting peed on. You get peed on, you shoot 3 drones that are hovering above the next door. You have to climb across a little water hazard. Some parts of the bridge are damaged, and you got to climb across it instead of walk across it. That's not really a problem, though. And then you have to swim through the blown up Shell 2 core, and then you have to do your vamp boss battle, and that really screwed me up. I did use the tranquilizer for that, but I think I found a more efficient way to deplete his stamina, and it was with grenades in the water and melee moves. I figured out how to melee him reliably. I used the tranquilizer for a chunk of the fight, but not the whole thing. Yeah, you might be thinking of the harder mode, Extreme/EE. Do they put guards on the railings of the Big Shell 2 core outside area on European Extreme? There might be extra guards on European Extreme, and the guard density on European Extreme is an absolute nightmare to deal with without tranquilizers. I want to do it, though. I want to do it again. I want to play through Metal Gear Solid 2 again on Euro Extreme mode this time. All right, I'm gonna shut up and give the boss a good college try, a good run for the money here. Bum 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 bum. Bada bum 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 bum. Bada bum. 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 Dun 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 dun. Bada bum 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 bum. Bada bum. Bada bum. Do 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 do. Do do. Do do do. Do do. Do do do. Boop 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 boop. Oh, come on. He just had like a little crumb of pie. There was barely any pie for him to work with on his slice. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Damn. Rum bum bum.
Snake! Snake!
Such a good boy. This is the sweetest dog. He is the nicest, most polite, most intelligent, well-behaved, coolest dog. Look at how he is able to communicate. Eddie is ridiculously good at non-verbal dog body language communicating. Do 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 do. He raises his hand when he wants something. It's insane. I can't believe this dog. How did he learn that? Who taught him that? I didn't even know dogs could do that. Yeah, his previous owner named him after the dog from Frasier. I don't exactly know Eddie's origin story. He is a refugee from some bad family drama, where a friend's family drama, at least not my family drama in his case. But his previous owner was no longer able to take care of him due to some sordid details I should leave to their own privacy, but I suspect that he spent his earliest years in the tutelage of some very, very expensive trainers. He doesn't even steal your food. I've never seen a dog have that much self-control before. He doesn't really have much of a craving for human food. You can sit around with a nice, juicy plate of steaks in front of him, and he'll keep his hands off of it. Bum. I don't think I should be as stingy with the C4 as I've been. Dun 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 dun. I lost my concentration. Yeah, I'm gonna restart. I think I should be less stingy with the C4. I've been planting one of these bombs at a time, but I got like 15 of them. I could put down multiple C4s and just start mashing the punch button whenever he starts moving in one of their directions. And that might do a better job of doing more damage to him faster. Gosh, I'm screwing up bad. Well, at least I got my first 3 hits memorized like a pattern pretty well. Oh my gosh, Eddie, what are you... I need to move the camera so that the audience can see this going on. He's trying to climb up onto my face. Dun 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 dun. Da da dun 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 dun. Ba bum. Oh yeah, the camera is too close because they intended for you to have the radar on. I'm wondering if the radar was also a technological compromise for frame rate's sake on the PlayStation 1 so that they could zoom the camera in closer. But one of the lessons learned from this run is that the game is very playable without the radar. So I feel like there's some kind of prototype version out there somewhere. Eddie, no, don't climb on the desk, Eddie. No. You'll knock all sorts of shit over. You can sit in my lap, but I don't want you on the desk. Is Eddie on camera? It's very, very important that I make sure this guy's in frame. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, bloop. no! I lost track of him. I didn't know he was down that lane. Alright, what's he at? Half? In a fight, I think Vulcan Raven would use up all his ammo, and then Fortune would just shoot him, because Vulcan Raven can be shot and Fortune can't. Yeah, in a fight between the two, I think the ability to not get shot definitely trumps most other factors. No! So, it seems like the worst thing that can happen in this boss battle is losing track of him and then accidentally running into him unexpectedly. If he catches you at close range when you don't have a nice corner to run around real quick, he does the most damage he can do. If I'm near a corner and can run away, I can get hit once. If he catches me at close range, I get hit like 3 times. No, dude! Well, this one isn't going so well. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do in this situation here? Ba-dum-bum-bum. What's wrong with me now? I was doing a lot better on like my second or third attempt. What am I doing wrong this time? Can you snipe him? I think that's gonna take too long. Cause when you have the sniper rifle equipped, you gotta get down on the ground and crouch, and then you fire a shot, and then you get back up off the ground. I think I'm losing my ability to track him by sound well. God, give me a break here. No! Ah, just give it up. Start over. Have a good sleep, Dr. Sparklegasm. So maybe laying C4s down with more density is a good idea? Ah. Come on. Downside of planting so many C4s is that mashing the punch button to set them all off is taking too much time. You need to really get some split-second timing going on when you press the punch button. It's not a very generous window. I also think the Stinger missile has more utility than I've been giving it credit for. I've been hitting him from the sides with the Stinger missile pretty reliably. It doesn't have to be on his back. Got an itch on my foot. Okay. How do I control game? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna blow up my previous C4 before even trying these new ones. I don't want to be pressing the punch button more times than is necessary. Okay, I got him down pretty low now. And I got help to spare, but I shouldn't get cocky. I could still lose pretty easily and pretty quickly. See? Come on, get up, get up. Yeah, there we go. There we go. You got him, Eddie. The enemy has been eliminated. And that was a real close call, too. I just have a sliver of health. I can't believe I still haven't beaten the game tonight. It's still gonna have to be one more stream, isn't it?
My spirit and my flesh will become one with the ravens. In that way,
Clock say now 4:23. Last time I looked at the clock, it was about 3 hours and 44 minutes, so I want to say that boss might have been a 1 hour 22 minute wall.
I will be watching you.
Pretty bad,
Understand?
but dealt with way worse. Yeah, no, yes, I've been stuck at worse bosses before.
It will open that door.
Why?
a snake which was not created by nature.
What is this writing?
You and the boss. You are from another world. A world that I do not wish to know. Go and do battle with him. I will be watching from above.
That's a good boy. Yes.
First, I'll give you a hint. The man who you saw die before your eyes.
Bless you. Bless you, Eddie.
What is it?
That was not the DARPA chief. It was Decoy Octopus, a member of
It was
Foxhound.
Decoy Octopus, Eddie. We got bamboozled by Decoy
Master of
Octopus.
disguise. He copied his subjects down to the blood. So he drained the chief's blood and took it into himself.
Yeah.
But he wasn't able to deceive the Angel of Death.
So Decoy Octopus is a white guy in blackface.
But why go to so much trouble? Why
Well, Eddie wants to
impersonate
go
the
down
chief?
now. There you go.
That is the end of my hint. You must solve the rest of the riddle yourself.
Every time he said hint, I thought that he was gonna, like,
In the natural world,
tell me a
there's
gameplay
no such
hint.
thing
Like a
as
Zelda-style
slaughter.
hint.
There's always an end to it. But you are different.
What are you trying to say?
The path you walk on has no end. Each step you take is paved with the corpses of your enemies. Their souls will haunt you forever.
Wait, so Decoy Octopus is supposed to be Mexican? I think it's less racist for Mexicans to black up. So, do we get any fun codec conversations about the crazy shenanigans that just happened?
Master, it's about Naomi. Turn your monitor off.
What about Naomi?
Colonel, is Naomi there?
No, she's away. She's taking a short nap. So what is this about Naomi?
Okay, maybe we better let the Colonel hear this too.
Yeah. Go on, Master.
Well, basically, Dr. Naomi Hunter is not Dr. Naomi Hunter at all.
What?
I thought her story of her background sounded kind of fishy, so I checked it out.
And?
There is an actual Dr. Naomi Hunter, or I should say, there was one. But she's not the woman we know. The real Naomi Hunter disappeared somewhere in the Middle East. Our Naomi must have somehow obtained her identification papers.
So then who is she really?
She must be some kind of spy.
A spy?
Yes.
Oh no! Oh man. I started typing on my keyboard and it turned the audio on the cutscene off. It thinks that it was me pressing a button on the game controls. And they can't just pause this audio and have you stop and resume the audio in the middle of the codec conversation. No, that would be crazy. Once you press a button, you've committed to silent mode for the rest of the conversation. Okay, yeah, please. Please tell me there's a codec conversation for this thing here.
Snake, if it's about Naomi, I'm looking into the matter right now. Give me a little more time.
It's not
Where
about
is she?
Naomi, it's
She's
not.
still sleeping.
I can't believe it. First, the DARPA chief turns out to be an imposter, and now Naomi. What the hell is going on here? I suppose you're going to tell me you don't know anything, right?
I'm sorry, Snake.
Kneel down, there's a cool angle.
Oh, man,
Okie
is
dokie.
threatening the world with a nuclear weapon. I guess that's what I should worry about
Hey,
now.
Solid Snake 6. I'm playing on the PC with a bunch of mods. a widescreen hack is, I think, the most significant one, but the PC version has always had better textures and less wobbling going on.
You found body armor. It will lower the damage you
Okay,
take from
thank you,
gunfire.
Nastasha.
It is designed to prevent bullets from penetrating, but you will still feel the impact.
Also,
from
what
the
if they
bullets.
shoot me in the
Don't
head?
rely on it too
Or the
much.
legs, or the arms?
Snake, I'm sure that woman calling herself Naomi
Oh,
is some
that's
type
what
of
the
spy.
body armor does.
Now
Yes,
I'm
thank
starting
you.
to think that Campbell might be hiding something too. Don't
Oh,
trust
Liquid loves this. Liquid is having the time of his life listening in on enemy communications and screwing up with them.
There's not much I can say. But
Screwing
Snake,
around with
I
them.
think you better leave that
Wrong
to Colonel
preposition.
Campbell. Don't you think you better just get to the control room?
If I kneel, I'm supposed to get... There it is. So, wait, do all the bosses in the game have, like, special kneel down by the corpse camera angles? Because it was, they were doing this with Sniper Wolf 2, and when you're fighting not Decoy Octopus, but Psycho Mantis, there's also a little corpse on the ground he leaves behind. Ocelot doesn't. The first Sniper Wolf battle doesn't, but I guess I gotta replay through Metal Gear Solid 1 all the way over again to be able to check whether or not you get a cool little optional camera angle by kneeling next to the other boss battles. Except sometime, now it's not doing it. I can't press into the wall on the tank. Snake just keeps running into thin air. Okay, this is awesome. Snake is floating 3 feet in the air above. Oh, is it because I'm walking on top of the gun barrel? Yeah, with Vulcan Raven, it doesn't seem to be super consistent. With Sniper Wolf, it was a little more consistent. But this makes me wonder what the artistic intent of putting this camera in was for. Like, are we supposed to quietly sit and reflect on the battle after this? Does this activate some new codec conversations?
In the 20th century, in order to be a military superpower,
You need to make snap decisions. In war, the difference between living and dying is counted in milliseconds.
That sounds like a video game. The difference between life and death is counted in frames. Snake, don't spend 1 frame too long to think about your next move. Just do it! Oh, Decoy Octopus, Donald Anderson, President Baker. They all have them. So if a corpse is on the ground permanently and not disappearing like a guard, you cannot. I'm gonna test whether or not I can snipe cameras now. I don't think you can, just out of sheer shitty weapon implementation of how you can't aim up high enough with this thing. It stops at 45 degrees or so. Oh, I can't get it. The butt of that camera is right there in the frames, but not in the crosshair. I can't get it. Come on. Shooting the booty of the camera isn't doing it. Maybe I can crouch halfway between the loading gate. Yeah, I don't think you can snipe cameras. I'm gonna stop trying. Shafts, I got 10. Stingers, I got... Oh, oops, I didn't mean to go back. I'm sorry. I got 10 shafts and 10 stingers. I guess I'll use an equal amount of both. If I hit the tree... Oh, I gotta watch out. There's a booby trap in the middle of the floor here. Also, am I crazy or... Woo! I knew it. I was trying to see whether or not the trap matched up with the tiling pattern on the ground. Like, is there actually some way, some reasonable way to predict that? because there's a safe spot where the tiles on the floor are like long horizontal rectangles. The traps have tiles that look like vertical rectangles. Eddie! Eddie's barking at someone. Hang on, I'm gonna go check to see if there's anything important going on. No, there was nothing important going on. Just another resident going in another unit. You can see the seam in the middle. They're thicker than the others. Yeah, now that I'm looking at it, it's extremely subtle and still looks like there's no way a first-timer would have been able to predict it from sight. I don't know. Oh, the seam in the middle. Also, okay, the wobbling doesn't help. Look at how, or something going on with the texture filtering. I'm not going to call it an anisotropy, but when I go past a certain threshold to the south, the seam on the floor tiles, 2 tiles and to the north of me is thick. And then when I get a little closer, all of a sudden the texture wiggles a bit and it gets thinner. The hundreds of gun turrets feel like a Stanley Parable joke. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is totally game developer humor happening right here. This feels very much like Sin's Fortress and Dark Souls. The game developer's just laughing at you running into all these traps. Okay, now I'll do a chaff grenade for the rest of them. If Snake killed all my friends, I wouldn't be taking any chances either. I don't know, what could they have been doing to better account for... There we go. To better account for Snake's overpowered ability to use chaff grenades. Oh, I like how there's some sewage sluice underneath us, foreshadowing what a big deal the sewer water is going to be in this section up ahead. Oh, prepare for good music. Zoom. What a cool camera angle. Oh no, Metal Gear Rex has the penis gun like Metal Gear 2's robot had. It's the gear. It's a metallic gear. I thought she was gonna say something more useful than the trivia about the very first gun you get in the very beginning of the game. Okay, the super duper hardcore Metal Gear fans who are more hardcore than me in here are gonna know whether or not the music's right. Oh, crap, it's poison water, I forgot. I have no rations, and there aren't gonna be any guards patrolling for quite a while. But something about the PC version screwed up the MP3 file for this music track in particular, according to super hardcore fans who are aware of tiny, minuscule puzzles, or tiny, minuscule minutiae. Apparently, the way they screwed it up is extremely subtle, and I never really noticed. It's something I've only read about on the internet, but never heard with my own ears. It sounds right to me. Does it sound right to everyone watching? Oh yeah, that's right. We have to hear about Otacon being a hacker.
What's wrong? Did you find a good place to hide?
Yeah, thanks to the stealth gear. It looks like they've finished getting Metal Gear ready.
How do you know that?
I overheard them talking. Where are you now?
Right in front of Metal Gear, but it's strange.
What is?
There's nobody here. No guards. Nobody patrolling. It's too quiet.
cutscene of mania during the section. You're not wrong. There's codecs and cutscenes both, because as you'll recall, once I get to the top of the structure, I then have to go. I then watch like 2 cutscenes, and then go all the way back down and backtrack and come back again. And that's gonna be my opportunity to farm up some rations. But you go to the top, and then they throw a key down into the poop water, and then you go down in the poop water and get the key, then go back up top, and then learn that you have to backtrack to the hot and cold areas. And when I get to the top of the structure here, that's when I'm going to call it a night for the stream, and I might continue on tomorrow, might continue on the next day. I'll have to figure out what to do with some of my other social obligations going on, but yeah, I was actually expecting to finish the game tonight, but this extreme difficulty, I don't even want to say it was Vulcan Raven that was the unexpected progress blocker. It was the fucking gun cameras. The gun cameras, I think, have killed me more than anything else and delayed my progress way more than anything else I was expecting.
Do you think you'll break in soon?
I never met a system I couldn't bust into.
Being a hacker seemed like a cool thing in the 90s, but not anymore. Ocelot. No, Ocelot. Otacon. Do you browse 4chan? Come on. Being a hacker's definitely not something that carries the prestige of expertise and usefulness that it once did. Otacon. Isn't that just guessing other people's passwords over and over again by process of elimination? Otacon. Isn't that just sending old people email phishing scams? Super Bunny Hop, what's your biggest advice tip for someone playing through MGS1 Extreme?
You got past security?
I definitely
Great. So what do you got?
should be able to tell you something useful. I think the most useful thing is relying on the wall camera and first person button a lot more than you would have before. Biggest advice I want to say would be saving rations and chaff grenades for the towers. The towers will absolutely, no matter how well you play, subtract a certain amount of resources from your pack. It's gonna chop away a lot of HP and a lot of chaff grenades. Make sure, for sure, that before you start climbing up and down the 2 towers, you have enough supplies on you, and that if you do lose a lot of health and chaff grenades, maybe even retry and do it again, but better next time. I had to replay the tower rappel descent thing. That section plays like ass, but if you survive and make it to the bottom with a sliver of HP, that's not going to be good enough, because then you won't be able to make it up the next tower where gun cameras shoot you up. Also on that note, make for sure, after you get the level 6 keycard, that you go back to Otacon's office and get the body armor. That would have saved me all that trouble I was dealing with the towers and the helicopter.
It's got a surface-piercing warhead designed to penetrate hardened underground bases.
We learned that.
Does the game directly address why Foxdie doesn't expect gnome soldiers? Yeah, I think it does. I think Naomi says something about how it's particularly designed just to target the VIPs and not the soldiers. Otacon, why do you have Tor installed on your computer? Why are you doxing this YouTuber? Otacon, why do you care so much about the chests and the butts of these female video game characters?
The United States would be denounced by the UN. It could even bring the president down.
Did you know this, Colonel?
Is MGS Delta going to be on your list of games to play, maybe a mini review? I don't know. I don't like feeling pressured and playing games under tight deadlines. It really messes with the vibe. Maybe I should stream it before thinking of doing anything like that.
Yeah, that's why they were conducting this exercise.
So much for the pacifist run.
Data to back up the simulation.
What were the results of the exercise?
It looks like it went better than they hoped for, but
oh man, whatever score they give me for kills at the end is gonna be a real shocker. I'm gonna feel bad seeing how many guards I farmed, how many rations out of.
Gave me an optical disc with all of the test data.
What? Do you still have it?
No, Ocelot took it from me.
The terrorists have replaced the dummy warhead with a real warhead. Once they input the detonation codes, they should be ready to launch.
So you think they can do it?
Well, the dummy warhead was designed to be identical to the real thing, so I think so.
Did you find out how to override it yet?
Not yet. It must be in a separate file. Right now I'm looking through all of Baker's personal files.
We're counting on you.
So, is there anything fishy about the music? I jumped through some hoops to install some kind of fan music patch, and honestly, I can't really tell the difference. What's wrong with the original music? I feel like I need to hear them side by side, and as much as I know this game, I feel like that's a certain level of detail that's just, oh god, did he drop a... Okay, he didn't at least drop a ration. I was about to sprint over there as fast as possible before it despawns or before another guard walks into that potential line of sight.
Snake,
did you find it?
On the PC it hitches and the loop isn't consistent. Is this the OG PC port? Yeah, but it's been significantly modded. And even then, the mods are keeping things respectably subtle. You wouldn't really know it's in widescreen unless you were looking at it side by side. You wouldn't know the music was different, of course. It wasn't heard side by side. The textures and the lack of the wobbling going on definitely make an immediate visual difference, but that's always been the case with the PC version. And yeah, you can move in first person. You double tap the first person button and it toggles a permanent first person mode on. It feels pretty janky though, you can't strafe. Double tap. Yeah. Walking in first person is actually something that makes that guard who spawns on the edge of this catwalk absolutely easy to deal with, but yeah, this is the first person mode. You can go backwards, you can go forwards, you can turn left and right. Press the select button. Thanks, I'm enjoying the big jumps. Hold the crouch button to do a big jump. The first-person mode also reveals that you were never meant to aim this gun more than like 15 feet in front of you. It will not hit the wall past that. The OG PC port ripped the music illegally from some site which isn't properly looped because they couldn't figure out the audio format. Oh my god, I shouldn't be laughing. That sounds like a nightmare. I remember hearing a bit of this. There's like an actual pretty entertaining actual interview with one of the developers doing the port job, talking about how frustrating it was. And that was... First-person controls with strafe controls is useless. It's not useless. You get more range and more horizontal visibility. You can also run and gun. Pew, 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 pew. I'm running. I'm gunning. Pew, pew. You know, it's not super useful. It's situationally useful. That's what it is. Alright, we got another cutscene palooza coming up here. Ocelot was looking right at him. Wait, why was that like a gameplay demo and not a cutscene?
It looks like we'll have to show them that we mean business.
I think this the misalignment of the flashlight sprite on the camera is also a quirk of the PC version.
Why, boss?
PC version also doesn't have an emulated motion blur effect. There's some fake depth of field effect that didn't translate over.
There's nothing there.
It's not the optimal way to play. Can I post the post? Yeah, post the post.
Population center, the game's over. But a nuclear explosion at a test site can still be concealed from the public. Meanwhile, Washington will be worried about the retaliatory strike from
Try it
China.
again. I pressed the button too late. You're a moderator now. I'll turn you back into a normal person in a few minutes. Yeah, this. Ooh, this is an old post. That means it's gonna die soon, and it really should be preserved.
And with the CTBT, that means that China and India. I see.
Yes. When the other countries hear about this
Why are these weirdos experts on the current status quo of international
Washington will
treaties?
be very happy when we start selling their own system to the highest bidders. Yes, the president will break. He will give in to our demands.
Big boss's DNA and $1 billion.
$1 billion.
That money will be used to cure our genome soldiers as well. I'm also including the Fox dye vaccine in our demands.
Fox dye. It killed Octopus and the Armstech president. So it's true that it affects older people first. Mantis might not have been affected because he wore a mask.
Wolf wasn't infected either. Perhaps due to those tranquilizers she always took.
Something to do with the adrenaline level in the blood. Or maybe it's just because this Fox dye was still experimental and they haven't worked out all the bugs yet.
In any case, have you heard from your friend, Colonel Sergei Golukovich, at the
Oh no, they're foreshadowing Metal Gear Solid 2.
He still has doubts about the ability of Metal Gear. He said we can talk after
Okay,
Metal Gear's test launch
we couldn't do
successful.
shit about having the original mod music working, so we relied on a couple of then popular Metal Gear Solid websites and stole from them the whole music piece, and other things which came as an audio pre-rendered form, and then played them directly from our game. Ah, so embarrassed.
They need to reinforce their nuclear arsenal. They need a nuclear weapon that can't be intercepted. Metal Gear will allow them to gain first strike capability.
Oh, and then he talks about the tremble or the wobble. Tremble or shake. On the PSX, when you draw a triangle, the chip makes all numbers integer pixels. Oh yeah! And each vertex sticks to a concrete pixel. That makes shimmering light features. I was able to get around it. Okay, yeah, apparently the math that it stores for where these triangle endpoints are on the coordinate grid, by integer, it like has to be a whole number. It can't store those coordinates in finer gradations of decibels. So sometimes, even in this PC version, but absolutely all the time in the PlayStation version, you'd see little triangles pop out of the seams of characters or along diagonal lines. It's kind of happening to Ocelot's hair right now. So it's like the grid, the invisible grid of the universe has triangles snapping onto it instead of sliding across it.
To radar. And on top of that, this base is full of spare nuclear warheads.
I'm not explaining that very elegantly,
but
I've got a visual in my head that at least makes it make sense.
Your promise to Colonel Golukovich?
I have no interest in
They look like Potter Puppet Pals. Yeah, it's so adorable.
Reviving Big Boss's dream.
I always thought they looked like potatoes with faces carved into them.
Outer heaven.
Bum bum bum.
Big Boss's dream. But boss, you're not worried about the PAL being overridden. If the code is in it again, it'll be deactivated.
He's looking at a highly compressed JPEG of Snake listening in on them.
Snake know how the override system works?
You interrogated him, don't you know?
You didn't have any keys on him.
Good. Then no one can stop Metal Gear now.
Wait, did we freeze?
By the way,
what
should we do with that woman?
What's going on here?
Let her live.
The audio's going, but the video froze up.
We'll keep her as our ace in the
Oh no. Should I mash buttons and skip, or should I wait? Okay, there we go. That was weird. Okay, I think it looked the same on my end as it did on your end, where it froze on a frame of Ocelot, and then I clicked on OBS and there was a black square where the OBS window was kind of sort of imprinted on the game window. That hasn't happened before for this whole run. And it looks like it didn't hurt me. I got into the next codec scene pretty okay, and everything's working fine now. What was that? Revolver.
We don't have much time.
Press the revolver button.
I've only got one of them. Hold on a minute. You see, that's the trick. You already have all
Yeah. That was only a bump bump bum moment for the 3 people that played MG1 and 2 before this in 1998.
Yes. It's a material that changes shape at different temperatures.
I'm gonna unmod Endlessly Flowering now because I profoundly disagree with the game looking better with chonky pixels and wobbling polygons.
Clever.
Can you see the input terminals in the center of the
And you can still see triangles on Snake's arms popping all over the place, so you know, there's still a little bit of that there for originalists who want it for some reason, but I can't imagine why they want it.
Input the keys in left one's for the room temperature key. See the symbol? Next to that goes the low temperature key. The one on the right is the high temperature key.
Okay, I got it.
Once again, this is a surprisingly detailed scene for a PlayStation 1 game. See how all these laptops have cables going into the desks? All the desks have chairs.
A hard disk reads the information contained on it. Once you finish
There's a lot of unique texture work on all the screens.
But here's the thing. You can only use
I don't know if it's tricking me or not, but I almost get the sensation from Ocelot's lighting that there's actual light coming out of the screens being casted on him. I saw his arm. I sliced the pie properly, boss. I saw his arm, but he didn't see me.
Snake, this is bulletproof glass. There's no way in. I'll enjoy watching you die.
So if I remember right, there's not really any hazards on in this room. Oh, I did not remember right, clearly.
What happened? Snake! Snake!
Okay. I should equip the body armor and the FAMAS as soon as possible. Well, you screwed them over. Body armor. FAMAS. I almost want to retry again just to get it right the third time. Yeah, let's go. I immediately unloaded the clip and clear. Snake just whiffed like 20 shots in less than a second. There we go. That's the stuff. Can I get a wall cam here? Why no wall cam? That messed everything up. Okay, see, this is, oh my gosh, where are they coming from? This is the one part of the PC port where the first-person mode really comes in handy because of how straight and narrow this catwalk is. Your visibility is very limited with the overhead camera, but when you turn it into first-person mode, you can run and gun across it pretty easily. So let's put that body armor on and get to it. Dun 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 dun. Ba-dum bum 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 bum. There's a guard chasing after me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm noticing that they also spawn those guards in by with a similar reactive system depending on where you are. Yeah, where you are when they spawn. You might have noticed that some guards spawned in the north when I was camping around the corner to the south, but once I started running to the north, a guard spawned in from the south on my backside. Ba-dum bum 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 bum. Yep, there we go. We're good. Hey. Hey, you guys in there. It's bulletproof. Is it stinger proof? Are you still like... What are you guys doing in there? What are they? So... Oh no, this poor... Oh, okay. There we go. Now that man really got a poor way to exit this world. So, yeah, this is like a plot twist coming up, right? Isn't it revealed? Oh, they're still in there. Wait, they moved. Do they move if an alert happens? So, there's a plot twist coming up ahead where it turns out that they knew all along that you're going on this stupid fetch quest to heat the card up and cool the card down and do all this backtracking, and then they laugh at you for turning on Metal Gear without knowing better. But I guess this is like, it's not even foreshadowing. It's clear, they're right there. They're watching me. I didn't know they actually kept the models in the room, let alone had them pace back and forth and keep their conversation going. I'm gonna see if they react to alert phases. I have a suspicion they might. They didn't react to the missile up here, but they did when I was on a lower level. Yeah, they don't give a single shit about all these missiles crashing into their overlook there. Ocelot is showing Liquid his collection of poor quality JPEGs of revolvers. Go first person with the Stinger and talk with the Crosshair. I always thought the Stinger Crosshair looked like a mouth. I mean... Okay, like, is the M shape a mustache and the semi-square underneath it the mouth? The M is angry eyes. Okay, okay, yeah, I see it. The M is angry eyes, and the mouth is a, like, happy, chattering... Well, thanks, now I can't unsee it. Every time I play Metal Gear Solid now, I'm gonna think about how the M is not supposed to be shaped like an airplane or a helicopter or something. It's supposed to be shaped like a pair of angry eyes on top of a chattering little mouth. But yeah, I think the idea is that, like, you're supposed to put the propeller of the helicopter in the M. And that's why the Stinger's designed like that. It's, like, specifically designed for helicopters, right? That is the Crosshair that the real weapon in real life uses, right? Anyways, I gotta go in the poop water, and I think I'll do that next stream. Let's save with meleeing and, pick this back up next time. It's 12:30.
Believe in yourself.
His facial expression during all that.
The terrorists are finished inputting the detonation codes. The only way to stop the launch now is to re-input the detonation codes to lock the detonation mechanism.
Oh, are the crows gonna attack me on the way back up? Is that how it works?
Key, Snake. There's no other way.
Poop water after midnight. Yeah, I don't want to deal with the poop water after midnight. I don't even know if I have enough HP.
The only way to stop that launch is to lock the system by re-inputting the detonation codes. If you use the mine detector, you should be able to find the key, even if it fell into the drainage ditch. Whatever you do, find that key.
He really does a good job of selling that lie. I thought I shot that with a Stinger missile. I gotta give him credit. Snake, the only way to stop the detonation is to input the detonation codes. It's the only way. Sure, Miller, sure. Poop water. I gotta keep away from the poop water. Yeah, let's end it on this cool camera angle. Do 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 do. Boom, 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 boom. Oh no, you can use the mine detector without radar. How will I ever find the poop water card? Okay, new plan. I'm gonna step out of this room and then step back in. And that's where I'm actually gonna call it for the night. Because if I die in the poop water, and I think I will die in the poop water a few times to find the key. I mean, hell, I don't even know how I have enough HP to get out of the poop water, but I'll respawn closer to the key from this door, right? Because I think I remember it landing somewhere around this bridge here. Maybe the thermal goggles could highlight them out for me. Because if I don't have a radar... what did Liquid Miller say? If you use the mine detector, right. If I don't have the radar and thus can't use the mine detector, I'm probably going to have to trial and error the location of that card in the poop water a few times. But it's after midnight. I can't deal with the poop water. I thought I'd actually have the game beat by now, and I'm going to have to decide when to schedule the next stream before moving on to Metal Gear 2 Non-Lethal after this Metal Gear Solid Solitonless. Metal Gear Solitonless, excuse me. But yeah, keep an eye on Twitter. It might be tomorrow. If it's not tomorrow, it might be the next day. if it's not Saturday, it'll definitely for sure be Sunday. Once again, thanks for watching. Big thanks from Dr. Sparklegasm for hanging out and sending the donations in. It's all going to be going towards a really good cause to get me particularly out of a very bad hole that I have unfortunately dug myself in after all these years of burnout, not preparing for the situation that, you know, we all know our parents are going to go through it eventually, but are probably never prepared for the actual moment it does come. Is there a dono link? Yeah, scroll down. You'll see a cute little fan art that Momoka Trong drew me a long time ago, where George needs money in big Comic Sans font, the best kind. All right. Thanks again for showing up and saying hi, everyone, and watching me get my ass kicked by Vulcan Raven, sure, but good lord, those gun cameras, there has to be an easier way to spot those and see them coming without a radar, right? I played through this game like 999 times and run into them every darn time, even with the radar. I know, it's a real tragedy. Truly the worst thing happening in the world right now in this very particular moment.